And good morning. Looks like another rough day of weather. And I was saying last night it was going to shift east, and you could see how it shifted east. But before I get into it, I want to thank all those on TikTok yesterday for interacting and participating. It was a lot of fun. So thanks to those on TikTok. And let me just get this done. Pop outs. What is she doing already this morning, my mom? I fed the cats. I took the dog out. What else could she possibly be doing outside? That's her. Anyway, I'm definitely going to be monitoring the weather, as that system that's causing this is way up to the north. But that's the front. That's at least part of the front right here. And it's moving east-northeast. I haven't looked at it, but I'm assuming that's the direction it's moving in. And I'm going to, I would say that's a pretty good guesstimate, but I'm going to look at that in a second. I also got to check what she's doing because I'm afraid with the dog. Mom! What is she doing? Mom? Mom, what are you doing? Mom, watch Tycho. What are you doing? I already fed the cats. I know I fed the cats. You don't have to worry about the cats. I took care of that already. Unbelievable. Can't make it up. You can't. What is she doing? It's just what I go through. That's all. Normal routine. That's Momzilla. Okay. The dog is secure. That dog gets out of the house, it's game over. So I have to watch Mom because I just got to. She lets the dog out. It's done. I'll never get him, even though he's got a chip, but even then, that's not good enough. Anyway. So, Bobby says it's storming there in Louisiana right now. And you could see it. It's actually moving away from Louisiana right now. But there's a lot of moisture coming in from the Gulf, so that doesn't mean that it's going to stop necessarily. All right, let me just finish what I was doing here. I got a lot of stuff going on. I can't let the Tycho baby out. Cannot let that happen. Trust me, it happened when he was young, a puppy. Not even a puppy, when he was like a year old. And I had to run throughout the whole neighborhood to catch him. It was a disaster. And I never want to go through that ever again. Ever. The gates are all locked in the property, but they find a way out. Just as you think everything is secure, they find a way out. And the husky in them, especially the husky, they're known for that. Certain dogs. Like you wouldn't expect a Chihuahua to necessarily do it, or more of a laid-back dog. But the huskies, they just, oh my gosh, they just keep going. It's like the Energizer Bunny. They just keep going. Anyway, let's see what the motion is of this front. Yeah, it's going more east. So if you're in Georgia, you could see this is the future model moving through Alabama and heading right into Georgia, and this is all going to move toward the Carolinas. So I would say the severe risk is the Panhandle, maybe northern portions of Florida, like Tallahassee, Jacksonville, and definitely into both South and North Carolina. And there's a high pressure in the Atlantic that's bringing up a lot of this moisture too. So you've got these winds coming out of the west, moving east, and you've got this other wind coming up the coastline, which creates possible rotation in the atmosphere. So just be careful with the weather today. It's early, and with the heating, daylight heating, it just fuels these. And you can look that up. It helps develop the thunderstorm cloud tops. They intensify. You could do that research on your own. But up here, up in Canada, it's cold enough for snow and hail and ice and sleet, all that. Not hail. Snow, sleet, freezing rain. But that's not here. Now, you can kind of see on here the front that's trying to develop to my west, right here. Because this is all part of this system, believe it or not. So I don't know how the weather's going to be for me here this afternoon with thunderstorms. I don't see anything right now. We don't have any alerts here for severe weather. It could just be a few thunderstorms. Based on how that line developed. But right now, most of the activity is down to my south. Jay, I wish you could speak English. Tú necesitas, I can't even say, necesito hablar inglés. Yo no hablo mucho español. Y yo soy puertorriqueño, pero yo no puedo hablar mucho de español. So, tú puedes hablar en inglés. Muchas gracias para eso. I can't see, I can't even say it. I try. I don't do well. What a phony Spanish person I am. I understand every word. I just can't speak it. It's the bizarrest thing. But anyway, looking at Windy, you could see how the high pressure, which is not too organized, but still you could see that warm, moist air coming up the coastline. That's what I was just talking about. And then you have this line coming to the east. So that causes a rotation in the atmosphere. So that could spin up some storms and possibly severe weather, possibly isolated tornadoes. In Georgia, the Carolinas, keep your eyes out for the weather. And we'll see. Oh, I got a new version. That's cool. Nice. And we'll look at other models. And I'm sure they're talking about it. Let me go back. Here in Gardnertown, well, in Orange County, well, here, Gardnertown, because that's pretty much where I live. It's 54. It's supposed to go up to 68. And unfortunately, we see what happened as a result of the storms. And here is what they're saying about today, probably, and Wednesday. Anywhere that got affected these past few days is going to get affected again in midweek. It's like a repeat. It's almost, the storm is, another system is coming almost the exact same place. Let me see what he's trying to say. Todo el mundo me dice en Puerto Rico puede register storms electric. Todo el mundo se habla y puede registrar tormentas like thunderstorms. I'm trying to figure out what he's trying to say about thunderstorms in Puerto Rico. Anyway, I try. So, today, what did I just say? You can see it on their model. Because that's what they go by, the models. They all go by the models. It's NOAA. You know, there's different sourcing that they do. It's not, like I always say, it's not rocket science. Well, you can see the highest risk. And it's definitely hitting the Panhandle, definitely into Georgia, the Carolinas, into Virginia. We're under possibility of some storms up here, but the severe stuff is going to be here. And you could see that front that we just looked at. And they're saying it here too. Even down to Jacksonville. Just like I said. But this is midweek. Again. It's almost the same places affected. Look at this. It's unbelievable. Wednesday into Wednesday night. And this is a high tornado risk right here. And they'll probably show that. Well, maybe not. I'm surprised at that. Heavy rain. And this goes through, throughout the week as it moves east. But I'm surprised they're not showing the highest risk blown up in here. So again, midweek, we have to deal with this whole thing all over again. And when I say we, because this eventually is going to shift east. And I'm in the East Coast. Well, I'm not on the coastline, but I'm inland. But still, east, northeast, New England, mid-Atlantic, southeast. So we shall see. Hopefully it won't be bad. Hopefully it won't be bad today. And I'm going to look at the latest, what's going on. See if there's any alerts this early. I don't think there would be many. It's 21. Oh, no reds, so that's good. Flash flood warnings. There's no red right now. Louisiana. There you go, Bobby. Got flash flood from the heavy rains. In Louisiana. Look at those storms offshore. Let's see which way this is moving. East, northeast? Yep. They're just offshore. Wow. That was a rough line that moved through. Off the coast now. Into the Gulf. That is nasty. Thank gosh that's offshore. But at the same time, I mean, there is still some places. And there's a lot of oil rigs out there. These storms, not good for those rigs out there, for those folks that work on them and the rigs themselves. But this is nasty. But the main part of the front is also up here. There's a couple of flash floods. This is going to get more intense as the day goes on. Look at this line developing right here. That is already, it's starting. So as the day progresses, this is probably going to get more severe. I do want to check one more thing out. I want to go back to windy. I want to see what the conditions are ahead of the system, because that's important with daylight heating, with the sun. Come on, satellite. Okay. So you see how the sun is able to get through here? That's fuel. You don't want sunlight. You don't want the sun on these storms because it intensifies them. Look how intense these storms are already. And you might say, what is he talking about? Sunlight development for thunderstorms. It's fuel. It's just a basic, really. How does the thunderstorm form? 3 basic ingredients. The sun heats the surface of the earth, which warms the air above it. If this warm surface air is forced to rise, hills or mountains or areas where warm, cold, or wet, dry air bump together can cause rising motion. It will continue to rise as long as it weighs less, stays warmer than the air around it. As the air rises, it transfers heat from the surface of the earth to the upper levels of the atmosphere. The water vapor it contains begins to cool, releasing the heat, condenses and forms a cloud. So it's all about the formation, helps for the formation of clouds. The cloud eventually grows upward into areas where the temperatures is below freezing. Now you might say about the tops. You can actually see the top sometimes. The higher, the more intense they are. Sometimes it'll look like cotton ball, like looking puffiness. You see that in hurricanes. The cloud tops are so high that the radar, the satellite imagery, can actually pick it up. Now I don't see it here because it's early. They're still developing. But you can actually see it in a daytime satellite imagery. You'll see the formation of the thunderstorm tops. It's incredible. It's actually incredible when you watch it. I've seen thunderstorms develop with my own naked eye, and I'm like looking at the cloud tops developing on a humid day in the summer, and I'm like, wow. And I'm in the pool, and I'm like, okay, I need to be careful because they're popping up all over the place. And it's an observance. But this is going to get really rough throughout the day. And it's going to shift east, Panhandle, Jacksonville, points north, through Georgia, Carolinas, into Virginia, and even up here, we're going to get storms. Not as intense as what's going on most likely down here. So I will definitely keep an eye on this throughout the day. With this. Right now it's green. There's no major alerts, which is great news. It's just thunderstorms. What's going on, Grandizer? Are you coming up to stir stuff up? Yes. Can you tell I just took a shower? Yes. I even shaved. See? Look at the video from last night. You could tell the little stubble coming out. And no, I'm not wearing a red shirt. Do you know when I cleaned the room, I counted my red shirts? I have 10. 10. I counted them just for you. 10 red shirts. Oh my gosh. I made a big boo-boo yesterday. All right, let me lower that audio. So I feel like I'm in a submarine. I made coffee yesterday, but I forgot to I put the filter in the machine, but I forgot to put the filter holder, and there was coffee grains everywhere. I just had to clean out my coffee maker. I'm making a fresh new pot now. Oh, you can't tell the picture's too small? Oh, well, too bad. What, are you using a phone? What are you watching on? I mean, even a tablet, you could see it. You must be on a phone. Hell no, they're not too tight for me. This is a large, and it's already loose. I'm going to have to start thinking about medium soon. It's crazy. Look, see? This is a large. And I was washing dishes. So yeah, a little wet there. Actually, this was the coffee machine. I'm still wet. I had to take the thing and spray it out. And hell no. They're not tight on me. They're great for bike riding. I'm still waking up. I need a second cup of coffee. Anyway. And then yesterday I had an attitude for 3 hours trying to figure out the GoPro, why it was coming out horrible. But I figured it out after 3 hours. And I knew it. And I knew it. Once you convert the original file to an MP4, there's nothing you can do in an editing process to fix it. It has to be the raw 360 video thing. Because my bike ride videos, it's okay if you have VR or a mouse to move it around. But if it's just the standalone 180 view of it, the stupid thing on the editing process has a thing called world lock. And if you don't uncheck the world lock, what happens is the GoPro has like a built-in compass in it. So if I'm turning and I'm turning for like a minute, what happens is the camera goes that way to focus on. It locks it there. It's the most bizarre thing. So you could be watching my bike ride videos and 5 minutes later it's looking toward the side. Like, what the heck is going on? It's the camera's straight. Why is the camera looking left or right? Well, I fixed it. After 3 hours of trying to figure out what the heck I was doing wrong. So I had to wipe all my bike ride videos out. All the 360 videos are gone. That was a lot of time and effort to make them. They're gone. Now I gotta do them all over again. Which is okay, because I do those rides all the time. That's not the point. It's just that, what a silly mistake. River Moon Coffee. Yes, I have tried that. And I think it was a show host that told me about it. And it was Jimmy Church, yes. I knew it hit a trigger. I didn't see a chat. Yes, show host. It was Jimmy. What do you call it? Damn. Actually, I have to contact him. I don't know if I have his phone number. I have his Skype. I forgot, he doesn't have it as Jimmy. It's Fade to Black. There it is. I'm messaging him now. I'm writing him a... Now we'll see. Valery Uvarov did respond to me, the Russian... He at 4:43 this morning. I'm here, Bill. Like, I'm not. I'm still sleeping, Valery. I need to get him. I need to talk to him. If he calls me, we're definitely going to talk to Valery right here live. I told him to email me. I'm telling him I am available here on Skype today. Maybe he'll message me. That will be an interesting conversation on pyramids, UFOs, because he was the UFO researcher for Russia for quite some time. Yeah, I don't like talking about what people do personally, like what they do. That's their business. I don't get into the details. You know what I mean? Out of respect to them. That's their decisions they make. You know what I mean? I respect what they do, and that's the way I keep it. But it'll be nice. I don't know if I have my phone. I don't even know. My phone is charging. It's a little early anyway, out west. But yeah, but he's still a presence, and I've told him that privately. We've had a discussion. No, your comment, like when they make decisions about doing their own shows, this, that, whatever they decide to do is their business. I don't talk about what they personally, and I'm not going to get inside their head and try to figure out why they did this, or that, or this. They obviously, self-interest always comes into play for what anyone does. I don't care if people want to deny that or not. Anything you do, there's a personal self-interest involved. Whatever that means. You know what I mean? Exactly. So, people have to make the decisions for themselves how to move forward. And at that time, they think it is the best decision for them. And those things can change. Sometimes you think it is, and it turns out not to be as good as you think. And I'm not talking specifically about his case, because he's great. He's done awesome. And to be honest, I mean, I can get into other things. Like, I always thought Jimmy would be great for Coast to Coast. Oh, my God. You just wrote that. That's terrible. I wasn't even looking. And you put Coast to Coast AM. So, I thought he would be great for that. That's just my own personal opinion. That's like John B. Wells, that's on the network. He used to do Coast to Coast on the weekends years ago. And he left to do his own thing, Caravan, to midnight. But that's more of a topic-driven, political-themed show that John does now. So, they make those decisions. Do I want to do this for the weekends, or do I want to do something else 5 days a week, 6 days a week, or whatever it is? And John is very successful as a standalone on his own. So you make those decisions. And that's what I mean. You come to those decisions that you have to make. And I don't talk about, it's not my place to talk about their personal business or what's going on, like I said, in their mind. That's up to them. And I respect whatever decisions they make. Yes. And that's why you see the guitars in the background. But, it's almost, it's part of the legacy. It's part of his branding. It's part of who they are. And you have to have a lot of self-confidence to go on the air all the time. There is, you have to have that presence. And it might be construed as being arrogant or egotistical or whatever. But it's not easy to be a talk show host and have different guests on different topics and switch it up on a consistent basis, even on a daily basis, let alone a weekly basis. It is not easy. It's a lot of preparation. Yeah, you could have staff that could prepare you with questions, because believe me, you ask some people, question you have, I won't even get into that. Yes, that's again, that's an image projection thing. I totally understand what you're saying, Grandizer. I totally. It's an image, it's projection. And like I said, I get it. Like, for me, look at the difference. I got all these models that I built. I'm proud of building those models, and they look cool in the background. But that's where it stops. I just wanted to make that look a little bit more nicer looking in the background. You know what I mean? And I enjoy looking at them, and I'm proud of building them. There's different, how would I say this? Everybody has different reasoning for what they do. You know? I totally agree with you, but in any, and I'll say this generally, in any workplace environment, you always have the possibility of the one person that thinks they're better than everybody else. They're ego driven, and they can be downright nasty toward others because of it. That's in any, you always have to deal with that in any possible environment that you're in. It could be in school. It could be out, even, I mean, I could go to an event and you can tell the people that are trying to stand out and be something, like, I don't understand it, but it's like they want to be noticed. You could name it on anything. And in any field, anything, there's a lot of ego driven in all of that. Like, I want to be the one. And then if there's others that if they can't get to that level, they will try to destroy them, to bring them down. So in their minds, they think, well, now's my opportunity to first take credit of bringing them down, make a name for myself, and now people are going to pay attention to me. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of things that go on. It's psychological, even like worse than that. Like some real issues going on. Really. But that happens a lot, Grandizer. That happens a lot. There are people that don't like others. Simply. They just don't want to be in the same room with the other people. And trust me, you could think of an easy one. And I'm not here to mention names. I could think of an easy one. Like in the UAP field. Oh, just think of the two sides. This one's on this side, this one's on this side. And it's pretty obvious who I'm referring to if you know what's going on. But it's like crazy. And, you know, that's drama. And there's no need for the drama. There's a need for the truth. Whoever and whomever, however, whatever, focus. Stop going after each other and attacking each other. And you do what you're doing, which is good. You're doing something from a different approach than I am. Good luck. Maybe you'll get somewhere. and I hope you wish the same for me. That's what they should all be doing. Whatever they're all doing individually or in groups, trying to get to the same end game, great. But the problem is sometimes that the egos put them at levels where they want to be the one, where all the attention comes to them. It's crazy. But it is what it is. And like I said, it's not my place. I'm more of a messenger than anything else for people to do what they say. You know, everybody has their opinion. We don't control what people say. If it's their show, it's their show. If it's their guest, it's the guest's. You know, you don't control what they have to say. It's crazy. Now, there are certain things like excessive vulgar language or straight up offensive or any other kind of crossing a line behavior that is obvious, that is no way. Other than that, you know, those are the obvious ones. I'm on TikTok, so I have to be careful on certain words I use. It is very repetitive because it's like the same old in the UAP field. Because even me, and I've said it many times, I've said it on shows. 100 whistleblowers could line up in front of me right now. 100. 200. And say they witnessed this, that, this, heard this, seen this, unless I now see some type of evidence to back it up. Documents, photos, images, video, something. Something more than just an account and a story. It's status quo for me. I'm done. I'm done every time there's a hearing. You get hyped up, or somebody says, this is going to be incredible. You got to tune in and watch this. I am so done. And I'm telling you, not just the general public, but a lot of people that are really interested in this field feel the same way. And I say feel, not think. Feel the same way because it's frustration. It's an emotional reaction because you're just simply tired of the same old, same old. And, you know, it's a nothing burger. It's BS. It's this. And as far as thinking is concerned, well, what is there to think about here? Until they come out with true evidence to back it up, then I think it's really irrelevant. Because it might be a different story or even a story you might have heard before. Because sometimes they think that this is something new and it's not. For example, Roswell, referring to Roswell. Roswell's been talked about since 1947. And some of these other cases that are the more well-known ones. I mean, that's not nothing new. It's always been speculation. What happened at Roswell? Was it one crash, two crashes? What? Weather balloon? UFOs? What? Bodies? Wright-Patterson? Who knows? Has anybody seen evidence? Oh, I know there was biological bodies there. Show us the proof. I heard, I seen, show us the proof. Nobody's going to believe a word until they see it. And like I said, even if you present it to the public and you show them, they're going to question it anyway. That's AI, it's Photoshop, that's not real, blah, 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 blah. So even if they were to unload, how do we know that's a real document? Because you know people are going to be thinking this. How do we know that's even real? So that's not even going to be good enough. There's going to come to a point where there's such distrust from the general public of anything that the government releases, if they were to release it, I'm saying, hypothetically, it's not really going to matter at this point, because a vast majority is going to doubt the credibility of what they're now coming out with. That's the bottom line. It's a lose-lose. It really is lose-lose. Let's just say there was a video of a craft in a hangar. Even in the distance, not a close-up, in the distance. Do you know how many people are going to come out, the debunkers, the skeptics, people questioning and say, that ain't real? It could be real. But it will still be said, people will say, it's not real. So how do you win in a situation like that? How do you convince the public? You can't. So this is all part of disclosure. It's leading up. These are important steps to disclosure. No, they're not. Because you have to think about the whole picture. You can't think one step ahead. You got to think 4 or 5 steps ahead. Because if you think this is good enough, you're highly mistaken. You better, to me, it's common sense. Before you start putting stuff out, you better have a phase 1, 2, 3, and 4 as you're laying this all out. Because if you're just doing this, thinking that this is going to spark second phase, you're making a big mistake. You better have all your phases, all your steps in order. Because, like, say, I have whistleblower A here. Whistleblower A is telling me that he's seen documents or she's seen documents. Blah, 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 blah. But what if Congress already has these documents and they declassified them? That's step 2. So now, step 3, at a hearing, that same whistleblower now appears in Congress in a hearing, and Congress already has all the information ready to be released, declassified, and put it up on the screen. That would make more sense, despite what I said about people doubting it. That would make more sense to me, to be well thought out plan before you start opening your mouth. Do you know what I mean? Have a plan. I mean, that's common sense. That's logical. Just don't. And, to me, it's ridiculous. It just really is ridiculous. Because it's like, I hate to say it, but it's half, a word. It's not thought out properly. You could have 1,000 documentaries having people talk about stuff, but until you see actual documentation evidence, it's just a story. It's just an account. So it's going to impress me that 100 military and all kind of pilots come out. They can say what they want. Who's to say what they think they've seen is not what they actually seen? But I've seen documents. I've seen the bodies. Well, are you sure? Are you sure? Is that what you saw? Did you get up close and see it up close and personal? Did you wear some kind of a protective hazmat thing before you entered? Did you get that close? How do you know that wasn't some kind of a prototype, something else? Like what happened in that film that was the hoax, Alien Autopsy. How do you know that that's not what that is? A prop. That they're doing like a test, a drill in the event of. How do you know? Oh, but you've seen it. But how do you know? Where's the evidence? Where's the proof? How do you know that that's not a prototype? Let's say they see a disc type of a craft. How do you know that's not a prototype of something that we're working on? But right away you think it's extraterrestrial origin. How do you know that? Do you know that for a fact? And if so, how? Where's the proof? So, For me personally, I'm tired of it. Now, that's not to say that I've met many people and talked to many people and I believe them 100%. Like Travis. Or like Robert Salas. And some others. No doubt. I have no doubt. That's different. That's based on their account and what they're saying. That's, okay, it's interesting to hear these people say what they say. But still, without the evidence, it's really hard. Now, as I had, and I know Bob and his wife, they're lovely people, there is documentation associated with it, but it's classified. Something definitely happened in Maelstrom. Where's the radar data of what happened over that base? Where is it? It's classified. Release it. That happened 50 years ago, whatever it is. Is it still? But it's a sensitive area. That's an ICBM launching site. I mean, when 10 ICBMs, Minutemen, were shut down or malfunctioned or had some type of a error. I would think that's national security. What is she doing outside again? But and like I said, it gets really frustrating. It does. But, there's a lot of people out there doing boots on the ground, the research. Not armchair quarterbacks, but people actually going out and trying to do the research. And they get all the credit in my book. Because at least they're trying and they're out there doing the research. Whatever it is. Oh my God, she's just going nuts in and out. And, we got to see what happens. But I love listening to people talk about their experiences and their accounts. And I hear it all the time. When I go to Pine Bush, oh my God. I have a lot of people come up to me and tell me about what they've experienced. And I listen. I do. And I truly believe these people believe they had an experience. But I wasn't there, so I don't know. But I believed them. Most of them. And that's a personal thing. That's just based on each individual's opinion, whether you believe or discount what they're saying. Because you got to take it for what, word of mouth. It's a story. It's an account. It's their experience. But I would say as a hypocrite, the same way I would say about my experience and people to listen, how am I now to judge them when they're telling me what I'd be a hypocrite? So as much as what I've experienced and saying it, I have to respect when other people say it to me. Otherwise, I'm a hypocrite. So, and body language, how a person presents it, how they speak, all of these things come into play when doing an observation, when someone's talking about their experience. And I am not a proponent for lie detector tests. People take so much worth in that. If you are a person that has a lot of self-control, those are not credible. They are not. Because it's all based on your, all the senses on you, blood pressure goes up, all these. If you're a person that is well in control, you know what they'll find and they'll say? Inconclusive. Because they couldn't pick up any signs that you gave off on a certain particular answer. You know how they say that we're going to give these basic questions and answers to try to get a line on you? Well, there are a lot of people that have absolute self-control, and it's not going to come up in a lie detector test. They're going to say it's inconclusive. And when they say, this is how they'll do it too. But on this question, it seemed like you were a little doubtful, like the question to see if you're going to come out and say something to counter that. It's a trick. It may not have necessarily happened, but that's because they couldn't get nothing from it. So now they're going to trick you into answering the question. I don't find it credible at all. That's just me. Because like anything else, anything is vulnerable. Anything, it's not 100%. But it sure can influence. That's for sure. It can definitely be used as a resourceful tool for influence on a person's judgment on it. I passed the lie detector test. Say I'm in court. I passed the lie detector test. People, or I failed it. They judge you. It doesn't really have any legal ramifications as far as scientific proof, but it causes that thought in a person's mind, whether negative or positive, on judging you based on it. You know what I'm saying? It's a tool. It's a resource for manipulation. Either way. I mean, like I said, I'm on TikTok, but there are people that have mental issues and they're disturbed, and let's just say it this way, they have no emotional reaction to anything. And you know what those people are, the Pats. I'm not gonna put them on one of those. They're so cold and no feeling, nothing. It's like you're dealing with a stone figure. It will be probably inconclusive. So again, that doesn't impress me too much either. As I'm looking at this satellite imagery in real time, this could get, it's still, thank God, this updates constantly. It just went up to 22. I'm waiting to see if this goes red, because I am watching the weather. But it's still early. It's only noon here. And in this place, some of these places, it's central or eastern. So it's still early. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Grandizer. Like Lecter. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. But like I said, I'm being careful with the words I use. So, I mean, I'm fascinated when I'm sitting here producing a show and I hear the guests on and talking about their experiences and their research. I mean, it is. Now, I'll answer it this way. Of all the thousands of people, because it's thousands, not in the hundreds, I've heard stories about, accounts, pilots, military, I am convinced this cannot be mass hysteria. Something is definitely going on. What it is, what the source is, I don't know. All I know is it's just too much. Now, if you think of it, I put it in this kind of way for myself. If I was presenting a case, or I'll put it another way. Remember the original Miracle on 34th Street when they put Kris Kringle on trial, thinking that was he the real Santa Claus or not? What was in that movie, and this is a good analogy in a way, what convinced the judge to say, I'm not here to say that he is not Santa Claus, Kris Kringle, when they took the U.S. Post Office with all the letters that came in as an official source, and all the letters that the kids wrote to that individual in the movie, that he was Santa Claus. They believed he was Santa Claus. Why I'm saying this, in a court of law, circumstantial evidence can reach a verdict for you. Think of all the circumstantial evidence out there from so many eyewitnesses. If they were to present a case, are UAPs real? And to have the plaintiff and the defense argue the case based on, if you brought every witness, it would be just overwhelming that on a circumstantial situation, and even presenting some documents, because there are some unclassified documents, you could win that case. Theoretically, you could win that case saying that it does exist. Hypothetically, you think about that. If there was to be a case in court with all the account witnesses, testimony under oath, all this circumstantial evidence, along with some unclassified, declassified, actually, documentation to go along with it, you don't think that they have a chance to win that case? You'd be foolish to think you couldn't. So think of it that way too, the importance of having witnesses like that. And another thing too is credibility. Certain people have more credibility than others. I would never discount ordinary people as being credible witnesses. It doesn't just have to be astronauts or military or pilots or this or that. Law enforcement. It's just that people see them in a certain level of credibility. They put them on this higher echelon, which if they say it, it must be true. You know what I'm saying? But ordinary folks are just as valuable with their testimony to me. And they're going to be more open about it to me, because they don't have to worry about their jobs, their livelihoods, classifications. So there's so many ways to look at this. There is so many ways. And I've had conversations with so many people, like I said. So I'm going to get off this topic now. Put Tycho on the lie detector. Oh my God, the State Farm. Actually, it's Liberty Mutual when he goes nuts. Yeah, I know. I saw that, Genghis. There's still some storms offshore of Louisiana, but they're offshore and they're moving away. The concern today, you will have another concern by midweek in Louisiana. Yeah, that's another whole question. And the delay that they have for anything going to ISS, the footage, this way they can cut it if anything were to come up. Mom, what is going on?
Going now, taking care of the house, outside, the nets and everything.
All right, stay inside now. Stay inside now.
I'm not staying. I want you to look at this.
I'll be back. She wants me to look at something. I can't imagine what she wants. I'm coming. What?
This.
That's broken. That's garbage.
What?
Peter Robbins destroyed it. When he hit it. That's old. That's garbage.
I don't care, but you can still put it on. So sign.
All right, it's all right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
This costs money.
Yeah, 3%. So it's in the garbage. Broken.
Not in the, it doesn't
All right,
work,
okay.
but
No,
it's still good.
whatever you decide.
Yeah, please, mind your own fucking business.
Right, don't curse.
Okay, mind your own
I tell you, it's just tough sometimes with her. Tough. She finds things, and for me, it'd be in the garbage. For her, oh, hang this up. It could be a good, nice decoration. It's garbage to me. And there goes the debate right there. Garbage out. For her, oh, but it would look like a nice design to put it somewhere. It's garbage. But I don't, I said, do whatever you want. Don't involve me. Because if it's up to me, it's in the garbage. But I'm not in the mood. I diffuse the situation because it will just get worse and worse. Let her do what she wants to do out there. Oh, there's a severe thunderstorm thing that just popped up. It's starting now. I don't even like the way that looks. 2 of them. Alabama and Georgia. Here we go. The line is definitely getting more intense now. Oh, that's just nasty looking. Already. And look at where they're talking about today for the storms, severe possibility of storms in this red zone area. This is where your main threat is so far. As the day progresses, this could move east, depending on how these storms develop. So Louisiana, you're in the clear right now. The storms moved offshore right there. There's still some areas, coastal, and the oil rigs, but it's moving offshore. Still some areas getting affected by it, no doubt, but it's moving offshore. But all this is going to spread east. So the Panhandle, Jacksonville, and any points up north to Virginia, you have to watch your weather today. Even up here by me, just barely. I'm not even in it, actually. This is the thunderstorm threat. So the thunderstorm threat goes all the way up to the lower Hudson Valley, like where I'm at right now. It is. I'm right on the line. Like literally, I'm on the line. New York City's under the gun. Eastern PA, Philly, down all the way to the Gulf for that thunderstorm possibility. But it's not impressive right now because it's early. You can see the tops. Let's put the radar on here. Wow, look at that line developing. That's nasty. And it's moving east. Let me just check up here. See, the front doesn't look impressive up here. Actually, the sun's going to be peeking through later. Broken clouds. So there's nothing on the radar here yet. There is this line that looks like it wants to develop right there. That line. See it? It's trying to start to develop. There's a line here. And you can see how that line would connect to the front. But the action is really down here with all the lightning strikes. Yeah, look at that. This gives you an idea on the frequent lightning, the intensity. And you could tell by the colors too. But this line is really starting to pick up now. Georgia, really. And still in Alabama. And now it's entering the panhandle. And it even extends to the north a bit. But really, from Georgia all the way down to the panhandle and Alabama is where the activity in these cells. I mean, that's pretty intense right now. The lightning strikes. Isn't that, it's incredible. And then these same areas, exactly these same areas on Wednesday, it starts all over again. The same places. It's like deja vu-ish. It's going to happen again. Same places. Wednesday. Let's go to Wednesday. Here comes that moisture. Right up again. Look at all this. Same place. And another storm system. Whoa. I zoomed in too much. Another low pressure. Same places. Look at the wind coming out of the west, northwest. Right in here. All the way down to the Gulf states. Then it shifts east. So it's almost like a repeat. And then it's here. Thursday. But look at all this moisture coming in from the Gulf. Why? This doesn't help. It's a disorganized high pressure, but it's still bringing all that warm air up. It's influencing. And the pattern, look at this. Look at this energy coming in. And there's a weak low right there. So you gotta watch the weather. And then it pretty much, it's still, but this is showers and thunder showers, and there's a low pressure they're trying to develop there, but it's unorganized. And then a little break after the weekend. And then we got a low pressure up here for us. The good thing is a lot of these storms are shifting to the north, more to the north, and we're getting more of the warm flow coming up, which is boosting our temperatures. See, that's more westerly. This is colder air. It's in the 40s. And it's going to stay that way too. It's going to be a cold week. Below normal here. Oh my gosh, look how cold it's going to get. Wow. Mid-April. Cold. Yeah, we're going to be dealing with some cold weather for quite some time. To mid-April. Until this pattern changes. So for those here in the Northeast of New England, expect below normal temperatures for 2 weeks. Yeah. Yeah, you got that warm air coming out of the Gulf, Genghis. It's going to warm up for you. Based on the models. But today it's all about this. And I want to keep an eye on this. It's 28 now. So this is going up. There are now 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. 60 mile, look at this, considerable damage in Alabama. 60 mile per hour winds. Hail 1.75 inches. This expires soon though. Look at this, 60 mile per hour wind, 60, 60. These are real high gusts. That's the cell right there. Alabama. But again, a lot of it's going into Georgia now. See? All Georgia. It's this line. Look at all the watch boxes popping up. Oh, that's a nasty looking cell too. So yeah, it's starting to pick up in intensity. This line. And I'm gonna be watching this pretty much all day. Because I'm because I want to. Because if anybody yesterday I had a few people on TikTok that were in the areas and they were asking me the weather updates, and that's important to me. That's important, and they were right there to the east of where a lot of these tornado warnings were, and I was giving them real-time updates. And to me, if you help one person, that's great. It's a good deed. It's a good deed. So, yeah, I'm going to definitely pay attention to this. Like I said, it's still early. All right, I got to do my screen because I don't know where Skype is going to pop up. And I've got to send Chanel some stuff because she's going in early today to do a pre-record. So I've got to get this set up for her. She's awesome. She really is awesome. I would dare say she's better than I am. And I love it. Because it makes my situation a lot easier knowing that there's a person like her and Amanda. Both of them. They're both amazing. And that's just the honest truth. No ego here. All right, hold on. I got to give her some files on my pre-records. That's another thing. I got a pre-record tonight at 6:30. All right, I got to think. I got to give her this. Tomorrow, my birthday. Okay. Let's see. I have to go down the list because sometimes I could forget. There's a ton. It's like I gotta, like, in my head, think of all the shows that air Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesday, and then send her the files accordingly. All right, so tomorrow is 4/1. And I gotta send her this one. And what's in the deck? Oh my God, what is in the deck? 47 minutes left. I have to throw something in the deck. Okay, I'm safe. Okay, I'm good. Tell them to run for your lives. I told them be careful and be safe. And take necessary precautions. Like one person, she called her son, who was in Ohio State University to get a go bag together just in case. That's a smart move. The thing is, where are you going? You know, where do you think would be the safest place to be in the event of a tornado? And then there were people that lived in trailer parks. That is so scary. You definitely need to get out of that and go somewhere to get shelter. That is no brainer. If you're in a trailer, you need to go somewhere more secure. No doubt. So it was like things like that. I mean, that's just common sense. You gotta seek shelter, safer shelter. You don't want to be in a trailer if there's a possibility of a tornado heading your way. You don't want to be in anything, depending on the strength of the tornado. And it doesn't even, it could be an E of 0. I could show you a video of what the E of 0 did around here. It caused significant damage. At the lowest on the scale, they condemned the house because of the trees falling. It was unbelievable. And that was an E of 0. Right here. Touchdown was about 1,000 feet down the road. It was horrible. Let's see if I got that video. Jade was with me. We went around the neighborhood to see what damage was caused. I don't know what it's listed as. Storm damage. Oh yeah, this is it. This is what the EF0 did here. I'm gonna put my screen like this for a second. This is my video, so I want to just make it full screen first. So I'm in the car. I have Jade with me. He's filming it. This is right up my road. This is from an EF0. And you're going to see where it touched down briefly right here. All right, we're passing this is my road. My house is on the right. Back there. That's me, back there. But we're going on. And this is what an EF0 did right down the road. Look, right down the road from my house. There was trees snapped everywhere. But the touchdown is coming up at the next stop sign. That's where it touched down. And you can see there, we didn't have power for 4 days. Telephone poles over here were snapped. They had to replace all of it. There was like 4 of them on the right side. They're all gone. They closed the road down. Or see how it's taped off? Telephone poles snapped. Trees down everywhere. Look at the stop sign. The wires off. I mean, it was brutal. Brutal. But now wait till you see the area where it came down. Oh yeah, this was a few years ago, right in my neighborhood. It was scary, scary. Trees uprooted. This was a few years ago. This is not now. This was like 5 years ago, something like that. But this was an EF0. Look at the trees. Look what it did. This is an EF0, lowest on the scale of a tornado. Yet it just snapped trees. Literally snapped them, shredded them. And they had already, this was the next morning, the next day, they had already come in and started cutting it up, the crews. That house got, oh my God, that house got destroyed because of the trees. Jade is a good friend of mine. He's coming for Pine Bush again this year. She's asking me how to get to the college. The college, it was a fatality at the college. So they closed it. And I told her you could try going through the back entrance because that was a horrible scene what happened at the main gate. Someone lost their life. So now we're getting out of the car to do an observation. Jade is filming everything. He's the one that's walking around. Went to a neighbor. You gotta watch out for the power lines, but they're all shut down because they already came through. Look at this. Look at how that tree uprooted. And look at that house. Wait, there's a house that is completely, this wasn't too, look at the chimney. Oh, she's at the studio. Look at the chimney, ripped off. All right, I gotta pause this. I gotta do something with Chanel. I gotta call her. What's happening? I'm live, so you know.
Oh, right on. How's it going, Bill?
How was your weekend?
Good. It was busy, but yeah, good.
Hey,
How
you know
was
what? You know what she's calling busy? Getting ready for her wedding coming up in a month.
yours?
That's what she's doing. So,
Yeah.
like I always say, congratulations to you and your other half.
Thank you. Yeah, we're definitely looking forward to it. Only 5 weeks away now, which is crazy.
It's only 5 weeks. Whoa. Did you get your stuff picked out? He got his stuff picked out already, or what?
I still have a few things we got to take care of. This weekend was mainly just assembling decorations and reaching out to our florist and our person who's making our cake. So yeah.
Oh, that's so sweet. What's in the deck right now is UAP Crossfire with Richard Dolan. I don't know if you have that file.
Let me take a look.
I'll send
here.
it to you anyway.
Did you get more bike riding in since I talked to you last?
60 miles on Saturday,
That's insane.
and I filmed it and I had to throw it away
Yeah, what? Why?
because I was filming it. I was filming it right, but I was editing wrong. So now I know my mistake. It won't happen again. It won't happen again.
Well, don't you have the raw file? You could still edit.
Nope, because I format the card every time I put it to the computer.
Oh.
Then I format it so it's ready for the next ride. So that was not going to happen. But at least I figured it out. It took me 3 hours yesterday to figure out what I was doing wrong. And it was a
Right.
simple uncheck on an app that did it. Fixed it. It's so silly. But at least I figured it out because I was upset. I was upset. But it's okay because I do these trails all the time. So it's not like I can't just redo them. You know what I mean? I do them all the time. So it's not like a big deal.
Learn.
Now, if I would have done New York City and take that trip down to the city and then it messed up, then I would be upset.
Oh yeah, understandably.
All right, let
You
me
said UAP.
with Richard Dolan. I don't think I sent you that.
I have it.
You do?
It's the UAP Crossfire, right?
Yeah, from a couple of weeks ago.
All right, where are you at?
Hold on. Blah, blah, blah. I gotta remove everything off my screen because I'm live. 36:45. don't forget any show that you schedule. I already did Supernatural and a few. Make sure you put it on the playlist on YouTube.
Okay, do it before it.
You could
goes
do it
live.
before. Yeah,
Okay.
as soon as you schedule the show, go to the KGRA YouTube thing and just add it to the playlists.
Right.
I sometimes I forget and I do it after it's already aired, but as long as it's to the playlist, it's all matters. Where are you?
3615
Hit it now.
playing.
Wow, that was right close. Take it.
Got it.
That ping you hear is my radar for the storms that are going on right now. It's really bad. It was.
What storm you guys got going on? Like another snowstorm?
No, not here, not yet. The last few days, like Texas, points north and east. Right now, it's going into Georgia, Carolinas. It's a line of thunderstorms that are isolated tornadoes are spurring up. Now somebody's trying to call me on my phone. Oh my God. Anyway, have a great pre-record and tell everybody I send my love. Call me if anything. So there's no marked. Obviously, there's no Sev. I set up Don, but not on Rumble.
Okay, that's fine.
And have a great one. Call me if you need me.
Awesome. Thanks, Bill. We'll see you.
All right, see you later.
Hey, wait.
What?
Happy birthday tomorrow.
Thank you. Thanks.
Alright,
Call me.
Yeah, we'll do.
Bye.
Take care. Bye.
All right, now I gotta go see who's calling me. Boy. It was the Perno. Is it my coffee? I still got coffee. Mr. DePerno, I am live. Just so you know, I am live. What's going on? Are you there? Hello? What the hell happened? Disconnected. What the heck just happened? I'm live. We got disconnected. I didn't do it. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. I didn't hear you before.
I know the phone is acting weird. I can't even. Now I could put it. That was weird. I'm live, so you know. I sent everybody the information, the link, for via email and also on this Microsoft Teams thing.
Okay, is the write-up okay?
Yes. We're all set. I even sent it to them, so we're all set for Thursday.
Good. Hey, you said you needed something important last night? What?
No. I'm gonna mute for a second on the stream.
Take care.
Call me later.
Bye.
Bye. A lot's going on. That's something I can't talk about, especially since I'm on a certain platform. But yeah, this happened a few years ago, the damage from an EF0 right down the block. I had damage too. I have video of that, but this was the result. It was about 5 years ago. It was scary. But one house, and it was all because of the trees snapping and the trees uprooting and falling on houses. That was what the majority of the damage was from. But like, look at that. And like I said, this is the lowest on the scale for a tornado, EF0. And it still caused significant damage. So I can't even imagine an EF2 or higher. It was just horrible. And you're going to see, and then I'm going to stop it. There was not this one, the one at the bottom, devastated, completely obliterated by trees. They went right through the house. And they were in the basement, and they just bought the house a few weeks prior. They moved in, just bought the house. And the family was in the basement when all this was going on. Because we spoke to them. That's just horrible. So you hear that, you know, this is my neighbors. And you know, it's just surreal that you see houses intact, but you see that trail of destruction, and you happen to be on the outside of the track, and then you see what happens in the devastating areas in it path, and it's like, oh my God, I had damage here, but it wasn't like this. And this is only at most 1,000 feet from my house, at most. See, there was a house down there. He's looking at it. It was just covered. Let me lower that. Covered. And I think he walks back up to get a better shot of it. Jade came back. He's still walking down. It's up more. It's up the hill. It was just crazy. Yeah, he's coming up the hill now. I want to show you this view of this house. Not that one. That one. The one he's walking up to now. Look what happened to this house. I think this is the clip part. It's not this house. I don't know if it's down below. That one. It's that one down there. Poor folks that had to experience this. Look at the tree, what it did to the house. That part of that side of the house got completely devastated. Smashed. And they have to condemn the structure. Because you can't be trusted, you can't. And that's the thing, they can condemn it. If they think it's structurally not intact, they will condemn the home. And like I said, this was about 5 years ago here. It was EF0 that caused this in my neighborhood about 5 years ago. But I'm just showing people the destruction, even from EF0. Look, it snapped the trees. You see that all over the place. Look at this house. Now, they actually rebuilt that house. It stands today. Luckily, that main trunk area didn't fall on the other side of the house. So, again, not good. And we're neighbors looking after neighbors. You need any help? I live right down the road. Do you need anything? That's what you do. Neighbors stand and help each other. And actually, someone came over the house. That's what you do. You help each other in time of crisis. Oh, we have a red tornado warning issued. Just happened. We have a red. Where? There's one tornado warning. Georgia. Just issued from that cell. Right there. Let me take my camera off. So yeah, we have a tornado warning now issued. So, by the way, I spoke to your husband last night, Fringe, and he spoke so highly of you and loves you to death and all that. And congratulations of 25 years and all that good stuff. But this is the concern moving today into Georgia, Carolinas, maybe Virginia. But this is the concern for today as it's moving east. This red outlined area here. And that could change as the day goes on. That could shift more to the east. And this is the severe thunderstorm threat. And this goes all the way up to here, where I am. So it's a large area. But right now, most of the activity is down here. There are probably a ton. Actually, there's only 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. And they're all in Georgia. All of them. They're popping up from this line. So this line is intensifying right here. And I don't see any storm chasers out in this area yet. And I do pay for this app. This is a paid version. My subscriptions. So if we see a storm chaser, we can put it on. I pay for it. But I don't see anybody out there. That's just a still video. And that is a live view of a camera in Georgia. And that's where these storms are heading. Right to where this camera is, right here. So we might want to keep an eye on that camera. There's a bunch up here too. I don't know if these are storm chasers or cameras. Yeah, these are cameras. Look at this system coming in. It's right on the doorstep. Look at this. I think we should keep an eye on this one because it's right on the doorstep. So that's a live video. It's not a storm chaser, but it's a live video as these storms are approaching. And you could see it. Right here is where the rain is going to start. You could see the front of it. But I don't know if there's a severe warning for this area. I don't see anything. It's right there now. It's like literally. This one already passed. That's heading that way. So we'll keep an eye on this camera for right now. There's another one. It's already raining in this spot. We'll watch the other one. I hit the wrong one. Actually, the rain is right now hitting this spot that we just looked. But it's not severe. Thank God. I'm trying to see if there's any other cameras out there. Expires in 15 minutes. Wow. But most of the more severe storms are here, but we'll go to maybe these cameras here. Okay, this is just a monitoring. Which way is this moving? East. Any of these storms can develop, so good night, later, Grandizer. I'll be on for a while. What's this now? We have known. Yeah, he told. Yeah. So there is a storm moving into this area. I just gotta see what these messages are. It's driving me cray-cray. I'm just getting rid of all my messages. I'm just clearing all. It's crazy. All these. Ugh. Okay, good, done. Anyway, so I'm gonna be, like I said, constantly monitoring this today. And this storm is weakening as it approaches. Most of the heavier activity is down to the south. I want to see if there's any more. Now there are 2 tornado warnings, both in Georgia. This is the one that was older, this is the new one. So they're extending it. And when they do the warning, that means it's radar indicated that there is rotation, confirming a tornado. I don't necessarily say it's hitting the ground, but radar indicated. And that'll say it too. It'll say radar indicated. I'm pretty sure that's how they'll describe it. Radar indicated, see? Hail 0.75 inches, so 3/4. This expires in 26 minutes, and that's this one. So it's this cell right here. And I don't see any cameras in the area. There's somebody here, I think. Oh my God. They're in the warning area. New Orleans is getting pounded. So New Orleans should be in the clear now because it's moving offshore. We'll get back to this in a second, but there is a camera right here. And they're in that warning box. But you could see the radar here, it's moved to the east and offshore. So you're in the clear now here. That radar is terrible. For real. Let me try mobile. Yeah, there we go. That's a better one. See, it's moving offshore. And it is moving offshore and east. If I can play the loop. See, it's moving away. It's to your east now, and it's moving east. So the Panhandle is getting it now. Georgia is definitely getting it now. So this is all shifting to the east now. And let me get back to where we were. I'm going to keep an eye on this camera because they're in that warning area. I can't, okay, I could possibly click that one. Yeah, on windy it shows me the lightning strikes. On here, once it loads, it'll show me the lightning strikes. Like that. Using windy. It's a lot of frequent lightning around that line right now. A lot of frequent lightning. Once it loads. Because every time I move it has to reload. And then you'll hear the clicking. See, it's loading. Look at this. It's pretty interesting to see that actually in like real time. But if you live east of this line in Georgia, I don't care where you are in Georgia because it's affecting the entire state, including the Panhandle. If you are east of this line, you need to pay attention to your local weather, local authorities for watches and warnings. Pay attention to your weather. This is serious. This is not a joke. It's life. This line is getting stronger as the day progresses. It's not good. But again, I want to keep an eye on this camera because this is in the path. Oh, they just dropped it. They just dropped the box. That means they downgraded this. There was a box that extended around this and they just dropped it. So there's no more tornado warning there. Now there's one down here. But still, there's no cameras there. They definitely, that one expired. They got rid of it. It was right here a second ago, and now it's not. But still, that is a nasty cell, and you never know. So we're going to just stay on this for a bit, see what we see. This is not a storm chaser. I don't see any storm chasers right now live using my paid app. It's all still video. But there's something coming toward this area. But it's, thank gosh, it's not a tornado warning no more. They dropped it. It's severe thunderstorm warning. They're still in that box. But not, they just dropped the other one. They just dropped the other tornado warning box here. It just got off the screen. Because there was a radar indicated one here. But it's no longer, which is great. They still have a severe thunderstorm warning though. So you got to watch it. there's only the one tornado warning down in southern Georgia. Should be down here somewhere. Yeah, it's way down here. From this cell. And that looks like that's gonna get dropped soon. Which is good. That's a nasty, they're all nasty looking cells. I don't see any storm chasers. They're about to get it. That's an observation. It's just moving in now, the rain. You could see the wind is picking up by the camera shaking. A little bit. But it's just a thunderstorm. It's not, there's no warning here. That's hail. Look at the hail. That is hail. Now it looks like it's mixing, but there's definitely hail on that screen. It's hard to tell what size, maybe like pea size, small, but still hail. It's mixing. See it? We'll watch this right now. I'm gonna take myself off screen. So this is in Georgia right now. Wow. See, if I'm driving, I'm pulling over to the side. I'm not driving in this. Unless I had to be somewhere. Like priority. Otherwise, I'm pulling over and I'm waiting this out. That's just me, though. I'd rather be safe than sorry. So it looks like the hail is still going on, but it's not as much. It's still mixing in, but... And they're right in that cell now. But it's not a severe... It's this line right here. See, it's a thunderstorm. It's just a line of thunderstorms. It's nothing... There's no warning there. But this line is making its way east. Let me check the alerts again. Okay, so we still have the 1. I'm seeing if there's any cameras where these storms are more intense. There's one here. Yeah, this one might be the one right now because that's definitely a stronger line of storms heading this way. Definitely. Definitely stronger than the one we're looking at. This is that line that's coming right now. Right here. More stronger embedded thunderstorms in here. And it's heading to this area right here where that camera is. So we'll keep an eye on this. But if, like I said, if you live on, excuse me, if you live in the Carolinas, north or south, eastern Georgia, possibly into Virginia, the panhandle of Florida, northern Florida, like Jacksonville, you need to watch your weather today. Definitely. Because all of this is advancing east. Did I finish my coffee? I did. And thoughts and prayers go out to the people in the path of these storms. So it's raining. You can see there's rain coming down. It even looks like there could be some hail in here too. But that could simply be drops. But there is definite storm activity heading this way. And like I said, I don't see any storm chasers out here right now. So here's this cluster of storms, more embedded red in there. And this is where that camera is. In its path, really. Just to give you... And where is this? Just so people know. Rockdale County, Georgia. So, we'll keep an eye. It's early. It's only one local time. I want to see Wendy. Come on, refresh. It's refreshing, that's why. Just did an update. Another one. There we go. Look at all this frequent lightning. Look how quickly it's refreshing. Then it has to load the lightning strikes, which is another delay. But it's giving you a good idea how fast this system is moving too. It's moving fast. That's a nasty cell right there. Throughout the whole state of Georgia, pretty much. Carolina's got to watch out today too. The Panhandle. And even southeastern Alabama still. So yeah, there's a lot going on. And hello, lady. Good morning. Good morning to those on TikTok. Stockbridge sirens. Whoa. You guys are saying all these sirens are going off. Fayetteville, McDonough, Stockbridge. Like I said, pay attention to your local authorities, your weather. This is a day you really need to pay attention if you're in the path of these storms. The whole state of Georgia has a line going right through it. So if you're east of that line, it may not look like a strong line of storms coming your way, but they can intensify or decline in energy. But you need to pay attention to it regardless. And they're moving fast. So I forgot where we're looking right now. Rockdale County, Georgia. Let me see if there's any new alerts. There was one tornado warning, and that was in Alabama, and it expires in 11 minutes. right here. And this is probably with the remnant of it. So, like I said, there's a lot going on here right now. Look at all these severe thunderstorm warnings. Look, the Panhandle, Florida, Georgia. There's so many places in Georgia right now. I gotta find that camera because I lost it. I don't know where that was now. Just to try to find it. It was in front of the line. I think it was down here. Oh God. I don't think it was that south. There's so much on this map. Alright, we're going too north now. I would have to guess it's probably in here somewhere. Wow, look at this. It's updating the direction. This is a great app. I love this app. It's called Radar Omega. Wow, that's nasty. And the severe thunderstorms can cause a lot of damage too, with the gusty winds, frequent lightning, power outages. And let's see how many of those there are. 5. All right, that one's about to end because it's moved to the east. And here's that camera. We're definitely going to keep an eye on this because there's some strong cells heading to this area right now. Atlanta. There's Stonecrest. Did somebody put Stonecrest in there? No, Stockbridge. Like I said, anywhere east, there's Stockbridge. Oh, Stockbridge, please prepare. Oh my gosh, you got nasty stuff heading your way. Whoever said Stockbridge, Tracy, you have a nasty cell heading your way right now. So please be careful. Okay, so the latest radar loop shows pretty strong cells. And you are in a severe thunderstorm zone box. And this is where that camera is, right there. You said Atlanta, though. Atlanta, it looks like the main line is to your east now, but you still have some rain to deal with. But it looks like the line is now to your east in Atlanta. It's moving fast. I wonder what the heck was that on my Ring doorbell. What was that? Anyway, let's take a look at this camera because these storms are heading to this location. Why did my ring go off? Uh-oh. This is other breaking news going on in the Persian Gulf. We won't get into that. Oh my God. What does he need me for? Oh no, that was an earlier message. There's a person in the backyard. Oh, it's Mom. What's she doing back there? But yeah, those heavier embedded thunderstorms are heading to this location now. Clayton County. Or we can search that. It'd be easier if I search it. It is east. Strong cells here. It's again Stockbridge, right where this camera is. It's that same general area. The line is now pretty much where Tracy said, Stockbridge. And look how fast it's moving on the loop. They're moving fast. These cells are moving fast. Okay, I'm just checking. So this is now east of Atlanta. Pretty much. See, the line is east of Atlanta. And it's moving east, generally. East, northeast. But I'm definitely going to watch this camera in a minute. And hello to those on TikTok. And if you're in these areas, please be careful. And like I said, this is going to go throughout the day, and it's going to move east throughout Georgia and into the Carolinas. So Carolinas, you need to pay attention, and the Panhandle, and northern Florida, like Jacksonville. This line has to move east and through your area. And I may get it up here in upstate New York later today. But it won't be like as strong as this, I don't think. All right, where's that camera now? I want to get to that camera. Columbus, it's over here. All right, let's just see what's going on here. Because it's moving into this area. Those stronger cells. I'm going to take myself off camera so we could see the whole screen. Yes, Real Fringe says, for everyone affected by the storm, prayers. So I just showed Stockbridge. Stockbridge, you've got storms right now. Right now. You're in that area. But the camera's here. So it's moving east-northeast, right toward where we're getting this image coming in east-northeast of Stockbridge. That would be this. And I'll say it one more time. If you are east of this line throughout the whole state of Georgia, you should be paying attention to your weather. If you live in eastern Georgia, anywhere on the eastern side of Georgia, you need to pay attention to your weather. Because this line is moving east. It's already moved through Atlanta. It's in Stockbridge now and moving east. So if you're east of Stockbridge, you need to pay attention to your weather. It's good to get alerts on your phone for weather in the event of an emergency. It's really important to get some kind of a notification on your phone to tell you that severe weather may be heading your way. It can really help. If you have an elderly neighbor, to check in on them before the storm hits and let them know. A lot of people that are older, a lot of them, like my mother included, she's not tech savvy using a phone or a device. And they may not even be aware of what's happening. It's good to check in on them. Now this cell is heading right here, but it's a severe thunderstorm warning for this area right now. And the stronger embedded cells are heading to this location right now. And like I said, this is east northeast of Stockbridge. And this is a severe thunderstorm. Oh, wow. They just issued a tornado box for this area. That just got issued. Just now. Tornado warning. Radar indicated. Newton, Rockdale, Henry, Georgia. Just got issued. Just now. So we're definitely going to keep an eye on this camera. So please, please take caution. It's radar indicated tornado. Look at the hail mixed in. Oh my God. What is my mother doing? And again, hello to those in TikTok, because it seems like some of you have direct concerns of what's going on right now. So thoughts and prayers go out to all of you and your families and neighbors. But this area is now, this camera is from a tornado warning area. And I'll show it one more time on the screen. Tornado warning. Newton, Georgia, Rockdale, and Henry, Georgia. If you're in these areas, seek shelter now. Immediately. You're in the warning, mean radar indicated. Oh my gosh, look at this. And it's moving fast. This line is moving fast. So it can catch you off guard quickly because it's moving fast. Before you know it, it's on top of you. Yes, fringe, that's the main thing, you know? To give people the heads up and give them ample warning of what's going on if they're not paying attention otherwise. Oh, I haven't even had anything to eat. I've just been I don't even want to look at this. There, look at this. So this is east northeast of Stockbridge right now. And they are currently in a tornado warning box. Unless they took it down. But I'm not going to check right now because this is getting really serious on the screen. Yeah, it's coming down. And then you also look for the frequent lightning. And of course, those trees with the wind. But you can see the lightning frequency is picking up. And it's definitely coming down. God willing, nothing happens. Canine trainer, that's cool. Oh my gosh. wind is picking up a little bit. Look at that tree. Oh, now the other trees in the background are starting to move a bit. Wow, look at this storm. Oh my God. Wow. Oh my gosh, come on. Oh, she's knocking. She locked herself out? What did you lock yourself out? What?
Into all those trees and all the heavy stuff what they threw it against our fence and he broke the fence. He did, then he threw all that fucking wood and trees.
I did that. I didn't break the fence. That's a bit. No lie. Bunch of lie. All right, come inside. Come inside. Just leave it so I can cook. Very bad storms we're watching right now. Very bad. It's not good. I feel sorry for these people. Let me see what's going on. Oh my God, it's like whiteout. Look at the lightning, the frequent. That is really bad. That's a nasty thunderstorm right there. This is east-northeast of Stockbridge. All right, so Fringe is telling me Savannah, South Carolina, tornado on radar. She's seeing. We'll check that out in a second. I just want to keep my eye on this right now. So thankfully, it doesn't look like it's too. It's starting. Looks like it might be the wind. Definitely. I'm gonna take a check on radar. See what this is. Yeah. See, the worst of it moved through already here. I could tell by looking at it. So now it's east, but it's still a tornado warning here. All right. Let's see what other alerts we've got going on. There are now 2 tornado warnings. Alabama, and this one that we're looking at now. Let's take a look at Alabama right now. Okay, that one is probably going to be, oh, it's this one right here. Look how, but they're moving so fast. Or it looks like an alert just dropped. This one is still there. I think they're going to drop this one soon. But it's very active. Severe thunderstorms here, here. Let's see how many of those. It just dropped down. There's 6 severe thunderstorm warnings. Georgia, everywhere. Florida, the Panhandle, Alabama, where that we just was looking at. So even the Panhandle has severe storms down here. this box.
Well,
Mom, I'm live, so what?
I don't know how can you do something that you never tell me not to.
What?
Oh,
Ma, please, I'm live right now. Can we talk about this later?
why you didn't tell
Let me
me
mute.
the one who did
I had dumped all those dead trees over there. Where do you think I'm going to put all the tree branches I cut? But I didn't break the fence. That's something else. That could be an animal. That could be anything.
Well, let me tell you something.
I'll fix it. I'll fix it when I can. I will.
What are you gonna do with all that wood?
Move it.
Move it where?
Back more. I'm live. We'll talk later.
Don't do that
Oh. Mom. All right, another one just dropped. All right, so one of the boxes got taken down. The one that I said was going to be taken down just dropped in Georgia. I knew that was going to be taken down because I could see the intensity dropped. So that's good. But remember, Eastern Georgia, Augusta, any of these places east of this line, into the Carolinas, into northern Florida, you need to watch this line today. We're only seeing this radar loop, but if I hit this, there's more. See, it extends north. It's just not showing up on that radar, local radar loop. So pretty much that's as far north as it's going right now, for the time being. But it's starting to enter the Carolinas. Let me see if I see any cameras. We need a radar loop from down here. Okay, there's one here, but let's see a radar. Okay. Oh, I don't like the way that one looks at all. There's pop-up cells ahead of it. That's a nasty cell. A few of them. Look at this line. I'm looking for another camera. And I don't see any. Now, if things get rough here, I'm putting my camera outside. Well, maybe not outside, but actually I can with my GoPro if I cover it. I have the case for it, the weather case. I'm not seeing any cameras though. There's no storm chasers. Not at least on this app where I could use it and not get in trouble. Still at 19. Look at this cell. You always look for the hook. Inflow. I'm not seeing nobody with a camera anywhere near this. It's kind of surprising. There's jelly if you look for it. And I'm not getting up right now to look for jelly. We have plenty of jelly. Or jam. Sugar-free strawberry. Yeah, I'm not seeing any cameras. Look how fast they're moving. That is a nasty line of storms right there. Athens, Georgia. Let's search it. It should come up. All right, so you're about to get, definitely you're going to get part of this line in Athens, but you are technically on a severe thunderstorm warning box right now. This is heading your way. Let's put it in motion. Yeah, that line is heading towards you. So pay attention, Brisky. That line is heading towards you. And it's moving fast. And I am not liking that one cell right there. This one. So you need to definitely be careful because this heavier line, part of this line is heading toward Athens right now. Just look at the line here. But look where the position of this is, right on the top of the line. So you got to watch this. I'm going to keep this for you on. We'll stay focused on Athens. There's no cameras around, so I can't show anything on the screen. But we sure as we can get. This is updating like every 30 seconds. As you can see that radar. Matter of fact, let's see if there's a closer radar to here. I don't see it. I think we're at the closest one. Yeah, we're on it right now. This is the radar here. That one actually is terrible. So Athens is here in the corner. I want to see if I can get a better radar loop. I don't know if Columbus is going to do it. Come on. Maybe the Columbus radar. The Columbus radar isn't as detailed. See it? It depends on the radar installation. That is not as detailed. That one is. Okay. So here's Athens. And we'll keep an eye on it. But that whole line, anywhere east of this, anybody who's even north of Athens or south of Athens, Georgia, you need to watch this line. It's heading your way. It extends. All right, we're going to stay right here. McDonough. Okay, we can go back to Athens, but I definitely want to stick on Athens because this is a nasty cell here. The line has passed you. The line has passed you. You're in the rain, but the worst of it is to your east. Let's go back to Athens. The good news, I don't like that cell in there, but it looked like it's weakened a little bit. But that's a nasty cell embedded. Nasty. Yeah, that cell is a nasty cell right there. West of Walnut Grove. There is no current tornado warning for this area. you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, not tornado. But you in a severe thunderstorm warning environment, you have to pay attention because there is the potential that you can have an isolated tornado in that warning area. So whenever there's a severe thunderstorm warning, you have to pay attention. Not saying that there will be one, because there's only one, I believe last I checked. There are now 2 tornado warnings. Alabama. Southeastern Alabama. So you're in a severe thunderstorm warning box. That's why I say you have to pay attention. It's as simple as that. You have to pay attention to your local authorities, alerts, weather. Period. And that's why I'm staying on this with the updated radar loops going on, because this updates every 30 seconds. $134. See, 136. It's exactly right now. It just updated. See, now that cell shrank, but there's still strong embedded storms in that line. Those red areas. And here comes Mom. Yes, Mom.
If you heard me talking like that out there, how come you?
I didn't hear you talking. I'm doing a live stream with headphones. How could I hear you talking outside? Anyway, can you just do that thing that I asked you earlier? The dishes, so I can cook later, please?
I'm working outside too.
Oh, so do whatever. When you have a chance.
I'm putting in the front of the house. And
Okay.
planting.
Okay. So again, we're looking at the intensity of these embedded cells. The red areas. And if it turns like to a lavender like color, then that's hail. Then you know you're dealing with a real strong storm that you really need to watch. But I'm not seeing that right now for Athens. And it looks like the cells are weakening a bit. See it? We have to wait for the next loop. Okay, just saw it shift up a little. It just updated for 137. It's 138. I just don't like this. Here we go. See, they're moving quick. See, now this one's kind of connecting, but this here are strong storms here. All this whole thing. And that's moving right towards you. Where's Griffin? User, I don't know where Griffin is. Is it Griffin, Georgia? I'm assuming. You have to let me know specifically. Is it Griffin, Georgia? Because I'm not familiar with this geographical location. Okay. Let's look at Griffin, Georgia. I only have to type in a little bit. The worst is to your east. You're in the clear. You'll have rain, but the worst is to your east. The line has already pushed through. The worst of it. Let's go back to Athens. Was it Athens, Georgia? I spelled it wrong. Yeah. You have a few minutes. This is moving fast. I'd say that's going to affect you in the next 20 minutes, maybe a half hour. If I had to do a rough guess. Yeah, there's tornado warnings in Alabama, southeastern Alabama. There are 2 of them. And here's your 2 tornado warnings, radar indicated. There's a box there, and this expires soon, so they just dropped one. Yep, the other one got dropped. This is the only one right now. And this is expiring in 20 minutes, so this is kind of a new one. And like you said, whoever put that in chat, Mandy, you have thunderstorm alerts now, Risky? I figured that. It's radar indicated, but in Dothan itself, I'm not really seeing anything, but there could be something going on here or something going on here. It's hard to tell. But there definitely looks like there's an inflow here with this hook right here. That is concerning right here. Anytime you see that, look at the lines. So it could be southeast of Dothan. It could be here. It could be actually, it's hard to tell with this radar loop. We'll let this update since you're driving there. You're on the road. Oh my God. Let's let this update. I'm gonna get myself off screen so we can see it better. So what's the last time frame? 1:40. This is 2 minutes old. It should update. Let me see where the nearest radar installation is. Let's zoom out a little bit. Where is it? My gosh, where's the nearest radar? There it goes. Okay, let's zoom in again. It just updated. It just updated. Radar indicated hail 3/4 inch. Expires in 18 minutes. Here comes the radar again. Well, the epicenter of Dothan looks like it's clearing out here. Most of the activity is shifting more to the east. This is a nasty cell here. I don't like the way that looks at all. Right here. So yes, be careful. It's Dothan. Dothan, not Dothan. Dothan. You're trying to drive south towards the Florida border. Alright, so it's Dothan, not Dothan. Again, I'm from upstate New York, so excuse my slang. The New Yorkers have that distinct messing up of pronunciation. That's a fact. Alright, so who said something else now? Can you check Campbellton? Campbellton. And I'm assuming that's Georgia too? Where's Campbellton? Did I spell that right? Where the heck is Campbellton? Is it in Georgia? No? How come it's not coming up? Did I spell it right? Probably not. I see Campbell, that's Maryland. I don't see anything coming up with that. Oh, Florida. The Panhandle is getting hit. Here. So northeast of Panama City and west. There's some cells here. But this line extends way north. Let me go back to where Brisky is. Athens, Georgia. Because I know that she had some storms coming her way. Oh, that radar loop is just horrific. We need a better radar than that. And I don't know if this one is going to work. Nope. Wow. Look at this over here. What the heck? It's no storm chasers out. Let me go to this radar loop. There we go. Yeah, you got that line coming your way, Brisky. But it definitely weakened a bit since we last looked at it. The line is a little bit more organized, but the reds aren't there like it was before. We could put the loop. See, the reds flared up, and then it's still a strong line though. It's not a joke. This is Radar Omega. And we could look at like other things, like I have windy. You could see the frequent lightning going on. If we could zoom out, gives you a general idea where this line is and how it's moving east. That's a nasty cell by Morgan. It shows you the frequent lightning going on. This is windy. Just to give you a perspective, a different perspective of what's going on. But there's a lot of frequent lightning going on. Look at this. This is nasty. But right now, we're looking where she is in Athens. See how it's weakened a little bit? See, but it's organized, but it's weakened a little bit. The deep reds. We'll stop it now. And I'm going to keep an eye on this. There's one now. They dropped one. There's 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. I have 4 monitors, so I have to like peek over to look. Oh my. But this is going to be going on all day into the evening. And it could happen here. Let me see. I'm going to lower this because I don't want nobody's devices to go off.
71 degrees Fahrenheit with mostly cloudy skies. Today, you can expect thunderstorms with a high of 71 degrees and a low of 40 degrees.
So we might get this later on this evening. Up here. Not like this, I don't think. But we might get thunderstorms later from the line. Because the line extends. The radar might not show it because I have to do local radars. But I'm sure there's a line forming to my west right now too. But it's not, like I said, not as strong. This is an app. It's not a website. How you do it is you get the app on your phone. It's called Radar Omega. I pay for this. And once you create an account, you can then do the desktop version because it's tied into your account to your phone. That's how that works with Radar Omega. It's a really good app. See, I do a lot of storm coverage, especially when there's hurricanes. That's when this comes in. Really, this is an important resource tool. But even for something like this is really important. Because it puts up the warnings in real time. It's constantly, updated with the information when warning boxes pop up. Like right now, there's 16. Yesterday we were doing this, and it kept going up, and I was like, oh my gosh, it's crazy what's happening. So that line is organized, and it's heading your way, Brisky, if you're still there. Something hit the road. We are going down. And Dothan. Thank the Lord we pulled over. Thank God. That's like I was showing that video. I'm sure TikTokers, you've seen this video. Where the two people go out to get the dog in the backyard. In the small little dog kennel. They bring the dog in. And then like less than a minute later. You see the shed that's next to it. And the kennel where the dog was inside. All blown away. I was like, oh my God, if it was 30 seconds later, they would have been caught, all of them. The dog and the two people. A matter of seconds. Angels were looking over them. Because it was that close. It was unbelievable. So you have a strong line of storms coming your way. Now, of course, associated with this is some gusty frontal winds. You're going to have wind gusts. You could possibly have some hail. But you'll have those gusty winds as this is approaching. Cottondale, Florida. I know I'm going to mispronounce some stuff before this day's over. Again. I like to be corrected though, because I want to get it right. Nothing going on there. You're in a zone. Maybe the radar you're definitely in a thunderstorm watch. For some reason, the radar's not working for here. So let's go in. There it is. Oh yeah, you got a cell. You're in it right now. Nothing crazy. It's just a thunderstorm. Most of the activity is now shifting to the east. So you should be clearing Cottondale very soon. And we could put it in motion and you'll see it. They're moving quickly. See, now that's kind of scary in a way because what's happening on this screen is really important. Do you see how that wave is coming in from the west? That's converging with the northeasterly flow of the rest of the line. That causes rotation in the atmosphere. Look at that hook developing on the bottom. Right here. The rotation, because you have that interaction. So Cottondale, you have right to your south. I gotta stop it in motion. Right here. This cell is, because the way it's coming from the west and the other main flow is moving northeast. That's something to watch when that happens, the convergence. This area needs to be watched. Oh my gosh, she's gonna drive me nuts today. Yes!
You have
Black
black tape?
tape?
Black tape.
Yes, I have to look for it.
Because there's some destruction here. We can put it back with the black tape.
It's like a Home Alone moment.
The chairs outside.
All right. So yeah, just everything needs to be watched today, pretty much.
I found black, thank God.
Mandy, are you still in Dothan? Ma, I'm doing a live stream. But it's spelt like this, right? Okay, it's clear. The worst of it is to your east. Everything has moved east. Wow, look at that. That's probably it right there. Oh, that's probably it right there. Don't go west. I mean, don't go east. Plus, you couldn't catch that now. It's moving so fast, you wouldn't catch it. It's rapidly moving. But this is scary on this radar. Oh my God, anybody east of this cell needs to pay serious attention. What is this? Ooh, I can't. Oh, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that river. Not happening. Sohachi, you need to watch, and up here too. Columbia. Let's put this in motion. It's hard to see it like that. It just, look how it just flared up. There's a lot of different things going on here. That's a nasty cell right there. But look at up here. This is nasty, but I'm going back to Athens. And I know I'm gonna have to go to another radar because this one is terrible. Where is the nearest one? You're kidding me. That one doesn't do it for me. I don't think this one's gonna work too good either. You still got, there's a nasty cell up here, but you still got these storms heading your way, Brisky. That just updated. You still got these storms coming your way. Ma, meatloaf. I do that all the time, you know that? I do that all the time. Oh, God. Scam likely. Never good. Okay, we will try to let you know when we see that we're back on the road to that city. And hello to everybody that's watching on TikTok. And what's up to Shretzi on Twitch? Shretzi. If you're still there. Because I've really been focused on this. I haven't really been looking at chat too much. So one of the folks in TikTok lives in Athens. So that's why I'm watching this right here. Macon, Georgia. Macon, Georgia. Let's look at the alerts. There's one tornado warning. That's probably in Alabama. Yes, severe thunderstorm. If you see your county on this list, that's where the severe thunderstorm warnings are. I'm going to leave the list up for a second so people can see it. So the Panhandle, Lots of places in Georgia. My gosh. Lots of places in Georgia. So I'm going to leave this up for a second. So if you see your county, that one on the top, these are expiring soon. So I would pretty much discount these two. They expire in a minute. They're going to be dropped. This one is new. An hour and 1 minute. 60-mile-per-hour winds, 3/4 inch size hail, tornado possible. So, right, oh, she's driving me crazy. What? I'm live.
Can you bring me some water for the cat?
I'll be back because Mom is insisting. But yes, please, if you're in that area, let's look exactly. This is serious stuff with this one. Tornado possible. Which box is this? Wow, way down here. Right in here. If you live anywhere east of this line, this whole box is the warning box. Right in here. Please be careful. Take precaution. Because they even said tornado possible in here. You're in Athens too? We were just checking Athens because Brisky's in Athens. My mom is going to drive me nuts today. She can't stop calling my name. How come it didn't come up? I'm doing a live stream on the weather, Mom.
You know what? It's so beautiful outside, you can get a tan.
What, it's that nice out?
Wow.
It's not like that on what I'm seeing on the screen, I could tell you that. Why isn't it finding it? Stay outside. Good idea. Just don't call my name.
So I will call you. Bam!
I know you will.
When you said that means I can do it more.
I know. I shouldn't have said it.
Yeah.
So now it's just going to get worse. I'm trying to find the radar points. Here we go. Athens, you're about to get the line. It's on your doorstep. To your west and southwest and northwest.
Speckle there with you?
Not that I see, no. I'll check now where he is. She's gonna drive me. I swear she's driving me crazy today. It's one of those days. No, he's not with me. He's probably under the bed. And can you please do the dishes? Yeah, he's under the bed. Now close the door. Yeah, so I don't have to worry. I lied. Watch you know. I get in trouble with my No, you can't curse. They'll get me. I won't be able to see them. I'm telling you. No, you with me. Yeah, Ma, I'm just checking the weather. It's not good in a lot of places. Oh, now he's up. Here. Closing the door. You're going outside again?
I want to sit outside because I'm feeding the cat.
Well, I fed the cats already. Just go in your room and watch some TV. This way I don't have to worry about the dog. Because I worry about the dog with you. He gets out, it's over. I'm making coffee. Mom's very active right now. Oh my gosh, you can't make it up. What's going on here now? Where's Athens? Okay, so you've got this line coming your way. All tornado warnings have been dropped. There's still 18 severe thunderstorm. I don't know about 18 because there could be flash flooding in there. there's only 3 severe thunderstorm warnings now. To correct myself. So that's good. Things are coming down a little bit, which is very good. All right, for the dude, was it? The dude in Brisky in Athens, this line is impending on your doorstep right now. It's coming. Watkinsville, is that Watkinsville? Look at what's going on in Jefferson Arcade, heading toward Commerce. And Winterville, this is heading your way. Arnoldsville, Crawford, Lexington. And it goes down. I mean, this line is going all the way down to the Panhandle. And I'm just going to keep this up on the screen for now. And things definitely calmed down south of Atlanta. Yeah, it already moved east. You're good in Atlanta. You might get some rain showers and stuff, but the line has moved to your east now. You're in the clear. Again, if we extend this out, you could see where the line is. Atlanta's here. You're in the clear. And if we looked another way, to give you an idea, another perspective, that's updated, you could see where the line is. And this is just some nasty stuff in here. And look, all the way to the Panhandle, all the way up. Look how far this is stretching north. Look at this. Look at this line developing all the way out to the lakes, almost. Okay, not quite. Not quite where I am. Not yet. I'm over here. I'm way up here. It's actually, that's what Mom said, it's beautiful here right now. But the line is there. Now, will it affect me here? I don't know. But this is the main activity right here through Georgia, Panhandle, and starting to affect the Carolinas a little bit, and parts of Virginia. That's as far as the intensity is right now. But you could see how it's right throughout the entire state of Georgia, pretty much. Horrible. 19 alerts. Now there's another thunderstorm. So we're at 4 thunderstorm warnings. All right, let's zoom back in. Okay, there's Athens here. I need my coffee. It's a little chilly on that side of the house. This side is nice and warm. Your side is a little chilly. And I don't even have a fire on. Where did I do my coffee? All right. See, in a weird way, I don't have to put my GoPro camera outside, and I definitely would not put this one outside, my Sony a7S III. This would never go outside, not this camera. I use that for sky watches. And my GoPro, I've got the weather, I have a GoPro Max and a Hero 12, but I have the protective casing for them. But wow, those storms, where are they? Where is Brisky and the dude? Do you have storms yet? You should definitely be seeing signs of this. If not, it's definitely raining where you guys are. The rain must have started because this loop is a couple of minutes old. 2:10, 1 minute. I gotta do a pre-record soon. Not for another few hours, but. My phone never stops. And it's more business than anything else. March Madness. It's a lot of sports too. That's it. Clear. All right. Focusing back on this. All right. You are getting the heavier storms right now coming your way in Athens. What's up, Skywalker? I'm okay here. This is Georgia right now. Alabama, it should be exiting soon. Panhandle. That's why this activity is intense right now. And it's moving east. And it will it's going to affect the Carolinas later. And eastern coastal Georgia. And maybe Jacksonville, Florida. Maybe Virginia. And the reason, and I studied weather. I didn't graduate with a degree, but I studied it since I was a little kid. So the reason this is happening, because there's a high pressure sitting at the Atlantic and it's bringing up warm air also from the Gulf. And then you have a storm with colder air behind it that's to the north. And the interaction is causing this. And the bad thing is, on Wednesday into Thursday, this whole thing is going to repeat again in the kind of like the same similar areas. And how do we know? Because we use this. This is the Euro model. So let's go to now. See, this high pressure, even though it's way offshore, is bringing a lot of warm air up the coast. And there's a storm system up here that's bringing down a lot of this wind coming behind this front with this warm air coming out of the Gulf. So this is what's causing the interaction here. This colder air coming down around this system and the warmer air ahead of it. Now look at Wednesday. More energy coming up from the Gulf. Another storm system up here. another interaction. This could be more to the north. See it? See the warm energy coming from the Gulf? And the storm system is way up here, so areas up here are going to get more affected. Ohio, Kentucky, places like that. I would not be surprised. So that's why, you know, you look at the models and you can pretty much get a good guesstimate. And that's the overall picture right now. So that's how I look at the models. All right, Athens, you're about to get it now. Yeah, it is. It's spring though. You have this weather. It's not abnormal. This is what happens in the spring. You have the warmer air down south, the colder air is still in place up north, and when you have a low pressure up north bringing down that cold air interacting with that warm air, this is what happens. You know what I mean? But that doesn't mean like later on tonight, we might get some storms. It's not quite it. It's very possible, even here. There's a lot of activity going on. I'm actually gonna check my Ring doorbell, see what it looks like outside. Oh, I gotta charge one. One is done. So it's actually nice here. Here's my view from one of my 3 Ring doorbells. This is my property in the front of the house, my yard. So it's nice here. So far. But this could change. It's still, you know, it's still early spring here, so it's still cold. It may not be cold now, but I think it's like 71 here. Hold on.
Right now, it's 73 degrees Fahrenheit. Tonight, expect a low of 40 degrees.
73 now, but 40 tonight. All right, Athens, you're in the storm. You are in that storm right now, that line, Athens. So Brisky and the dude on TikTok. And I'm sure they're pretty much, we have a new tornado warning issued. Where? Alabama? Georgia. Down here. That right there. All right, what counties is this affecting? Twiggs, Bibb, I'm going to mispronounce it, and Houston. Radar indicated, hail 3/4 size, 3/4 of an inch, right here. If you're east of this, please take shelter now. And you could see where the line is going. Richardson Estates. I don't even want to pronounce it because people are going to get on me. The New Yorker will butcher it. I will, and I apologize. So if you're east of this, please take precaution now. You can see the line. So if you're anywhere in this tornado warning area, I'm actually going to get off camera so we could see it better. Let's see if there's any cameras in the area. I don't see any. Sometimes you get the storm chasers that I can use with permission, not like I can go on YouTube or something and grab somebody else's stuff and get in trouble. But sometimes you'll have the storm chasers out. Look at these cells just popping up all over the place. This one has a hook. This one, I don't like the way that looks at all. Inflow. I don't see many cameras here. At all. What is that one? Yeah, that's up there, but they're in the clear now. There's some cameras here. But nothing down in here in Georgia. I don't see anybody. I don't see any storm chasers either. Regardless, this is the line we're dealing with. And here's that tornado warning area. Severe thunderstorm box here. Another one in here. There's more down here. Look at this. They're all over the place. Oh, that's a nasty. This is nasty. Albany. That is a nasty cell right there. Look at this line. And then, of course, there's this. I think we should stay on this right now. Keep an eye on this cell. It is a nasty cell, Skywalker. Not good here. I believe this is the only current tornado warning issued. Nope. Yeah, one. So yeah, this is the one right now currently on the map. Expires in 23 minutes. Radar indicated. And you could see the cell. You could see where it is. You could even almost tell the inflow coming in. Now I have other filters I can use. Right now we're on the high res, but there are other ways to look at it, to analyze it. And with this you can kind of determine where rotation is, but I like the high res. So there's different filters for this. But I like the high res. So I'm pretty much thinking this is the cell of concern right here. And like I said, there's one. That's the one. There's 5 severe thunderstorm warning. But this is the one tornado issued area. Well, Augusta, you need to pay attention in Augusta. I'll tell you that. Lucky, you need to pay attention in Augusta. Because all this line is moving east. So if you live east of this line, anywhere in Georgia, Panhandle, anywhere east, you need to pay attention to your weather this afternoon. Even in the Carolinas, you need to pay attention. And here's Augusta. Well, you've got storms heading your way. You need to pay attention to your weather. Because anything can develop, or it can easily decline too. It may not be a threat. It goes either way, but the point is you have to pay attention. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. It just means that conditions are favorable for severe storms today. That's all that means. Does not mean it's written. It's nasty in Athens right now, I bet. But I'm trying to, trying to address people's points here on TikTok. Trying to get to a little bit of everything. So again, if you are east of this line, anywhere in Georgia, anywhere, I don't care, the whole state. If you are east of this line, you need to pay attention. And like I said, North and South Carolina as well. And this box might change as the day goes on, more to the coastal areas. But right now, anywhere in this red area is where they have the possibility of severe weather, right in here. So if you're in this area, you need to pay attention. The whole area that's outlined in this red. Because that's where they're saying severe weather is possible today. Okay, that's still going on. I want to just keep it. It's bad up and down the line, but right now, I want to. You don't have to be scared. There's no reason to be scared. There is no reason to be scared. Scared is too strong of a word. Being prepared is a better word. Be prepared. It does, again, this does not mean anything is imminent to be scared about. It's not. At all. You just got to be on point. Just be aware. That's like here. I never listen to what they say. Like they said thunderstorms today. I have to look at my radar. It's hit or miss. It doesn't guarantee nothing. The one thing I will say about it though is this is one heck of a line. It's pretty distinguishable. And this will show it. I mean, that's a line cutting through the entire state. Pretty much of Georgia. And it's moving east. And there are cells developing ahead of it. Like right here, there's a cluster. In this area. It's got to load. This is windy. This is the paid version, but the free version is just as good. So Mitchell, Gibson, this is a nasty cell down here, ahead of the line. As we zoom in a little bit, you could see where that cell is. That's a nasty cell right there. There's a few of them. And then the general line. Like I said, that's a solid line. Look how far it extends. The panhandle, look at the panhandle right now of Florida. Let's zoom in. If it's got to load. There it goes. So right here in the panhandle of Florida, look at this. Anywhere in these areas. But look at this intensity here. Oh my gosh. This is nasty. And if you live east of this right now, you should be watching. East of Blakely. It's hitting Blakely right now. But it's moving east. So this should diminish. So you just got to watch. All right, let's see what's going on. All right, it's just that one still. It's this here, right? This is the one right here. Where's Augusta? I lost Augusta. Obviously, I'm not from this region. Oh, here's Augusta. So you have some thunderstorms heading your way to Augusta, but oof. You will have gusty winds, thunderstorms. There's no alerts at this time for Augusta. None. Zero. There's one here for this, but, and then down here, yes. But Augusta, you have no alerts right now. And Michael says you want to have your preparations in order for a severe storm. Of course, you want to be prepared. Yeah, the free version is just as good. That's what I was saying, Darren. Really, it is. But Windy's an excellent resource. And then when you start how to, when you learn how to use it, always I tend to always use the Euro model, not the American model. When I look at Windy, the Euro model, when you do wind, because I use this for hurricanes, when I'm covering hurricanes, there are multiple models on the bottom here. See this? The ACM one is the Euro, which is historically more accurate. And then you had the GPS, no, is it? I can't see, GFS? This is the American model. Now, obviously, they're going to match now, but if I go ahead in time, you could see how the American model is showing that, and then you go to the Euro. Look at the difference. I'm waiting for it to load. It should be different. It just shifted. So they're almost in agreement right now for this weekend. That's rare. To be honest, that's rare that they're that much in agreement. Okay, now I'm going to wait for it to load for Wednesday. But this gives you an idea how they differ. So if I was to go to the Pacific, because I also watch the Pacific for hurricanes, or typhoons, called typhoons in the Pacific, I would watch this. That's the Euro. And I'm waiting for the American to load. But this gives you an idea. Look how different they are. See? So I use that. I use the Euro. Let's just put it that way. I use the Euro. I'm waiting for this to load back, then we're going to get back to the other one. Okay, that's done. Some alerts got dropped. It's still nasty. We're just going to keep it here because I want to keep an eye on this 17 up on the corner. That tells us when the latest or drops of alerts. It's constantly updated. So you look at the box, the tornado warning box just shrank in real time. This is Radar Omega. And yeah, I can change the filtering, but I like it like this. What time is it? Oh my gosh, it's almost 3. It automatically puts you in the Euro. This is just my opinion. Use the Euro. So what happens is, historically, because I've been doing this for a long time, the Euro and the American will be very wide apart on forecasting when it's a week or more out. Models, I could say for being reliable, the most I give them is 5 days. The most. It goes up to 2 weeks, 10 days, whatever. 5 days is a pretty good idea because then you'll see usually the models will close the gap and start to agree more. That's when you know it's going to be pretty, I won't say accurate, but a pretty good idea of what's going to happen when they come together. When they're far apart, you know that no. It's when they start to come close together and agree, like you saw Saturday. Saturday, they're both saying the same thing. But when you go further than that, that's when you see the separation. And usually the American catches up to the Euro model. The American that's off on another prediction usually comes back to where the Euro's prediction is. Historically. It's not always, but historically. Euro is more accurate. You could search it and look at what's more reliable, the Euro or the American model. You could do your own research. And hello, Lori. We're still at 19, so everything right now, this tornado box should be going away soon. 9 minutes. Yeah, it's shrinking. And it was this cell. Right here. But it's shrinking. Every time it loads, it could shrink. And what's the latest on this? 2:36, exactly what time it is. See, 2:36 down here. And it's 2:36 on my computer, so it's pretty up to date. So what we're watching is this 19. If there was a camera ahead of the storms, I would find one and put it on, or a storm chaser with permission, because I pay for the app. I'm not using something I don't have permission for. I'm sure there's plenty of stuff going on with storm chasers out there on other platforms, but I cannot share it. And there's not many cameras out here. There was one here, but they're already in the clear. See? The storm moved away already. Still some showers, yeah. But there was a camera there. I don't see anything in here. What is that? No. That's a cell. Yeah, there's not many cameras that I can access here. Anyway. Alright, we got 20. Something just happened. Another severe thunderstorm warning box just popped up. It will be at the bottom. This one. Right here. This box. So pay attention to that line right there. If you live east of it, pay attention to it. So we're up to 20 now. And that's what we're watching. This box is about to expire. And the cell definitely diminished. Thank God. So we're keeping an eye on those alerts there. So this seems to be where the activity is strongest at the moment. And it's moving east-northeast. Let's check the Panhandle. Panhandle has a couple. And up in here as well. We would have to get a local radar loop. Yeah. You could see it. So again, I'll say it one more time, and I don't want to sound like so repetitive. Anywhere east of this line, you need to pay attention to your weather today. If you are east of this line, you need to pay attention to your weather. I don't care if you live on the coast. The potential is there. See, there was a lot of people with cameras up here. localized radar. That expires in 5 minutes. Yeah, it's not even. Ooh. It's got a bow effect though. That's strong winds ahead of it. What was that? I thought I saw another box appear, but no. Oh, yes, it did. That just appeared. That box just appeared. A new tornado warning. Just now. They just issued this. There's the hook. Radar indicated. It's probably right in here. Inflow. Hook. It could also be here. But it's not in that box. So it tells me it's this one. There's another hook here. But this is a definite hook. We're going to watch this. So if you're east of this, if you're in this box, Toomsboro, anywhere in this box, you need to pay attention. Seek shelter. This is a warning. This is not a watch. You need to pay attention. North Carolina, definitely later on today. South Carolina, North Carolina, this is all moving east. That's why I'm saying, even if you live in coastal areas, Myrtle Beach, it's possible you could have severe weather later on today. This is all moving east. What's up, Nick? I'm going to take myself off camera so we could see this better. But yeah, this is... Let me change the filter. Yep. It's probably right exactly where they said it is. Another alert just came up. Another severe thunderstorm warning box just came up. They're popping up now. 7 severe thunderstorm warnings and 2 tornado warnings. We know those are here. We can see those. This one's about to expire. So it's at 22, it should soon drop to 21. With that smaller tornado warning box disappearing in a few minutes. If I had to predict it. All right, so just waiting for this last little loop to go through. 243. All right, so that's been updated. Whoa, that looks wicked. So it's moved to the east northeast now. Remember, it's radar indicated. It's going to be here. Wow. This box is going to soon go off the screen. We're at 22 right now, so we're looking at that number. 5 close off topic, but seems we have a cyclone off the coast of... Darren, you're getting into it, aren't you? You're getting into windy. Their winter, not their winter, their fall is starting now in Australia. It's like the opposite of us. We entered our spring, they enter their fall. It's like the opposite. So their winter is coming as our summer is coming. Let's put it that way. If that makes any sense. It's like that's how you have to think of it. But you're addicted, huh, Darren? It's a great weather freebie. It really is. You can't go wrong with Windy. No way. Like you said, there's not much difference between the paid version. It's just a couple of more features. Now this one I did upgrade and paid. I paid like 12 or 13 a month for this because it really gives me real updated, real time, and other features that I like. So that's why I pay for this one, Radar Omega. I have the gold or the top one because weather, like I said, I cover the weather extensively. There are people that watch my streams because they, and I'm not saying this for ego or to brag, but they say I'm more reliable than the people they see on TV. They actually come to me. It's flattering in a way. Right, Darren? And trust me, you're going to see. Oh, something just popped up. Something just dropped. There it goes. It dropped. See how it dropped? It's gone now. And it's down to 18 now. That's why I like it, because it's constantly refreshing. But for like, so if I was to tell you, and this would be like a trivia. The one, well, I don't want to put it that way because I gotta be careful the use of language I use because the leading cause of people that perish in a hurricane is what is it? Is it the wind? What is it? It's flooding. That's what it is. It's water related. But the bad thing about a hurricane is, in the outer bands, as that thing is rotating, you could get a lot of isolated tornadoes that are embedded in those bands as it rotated. That is just as bad as the hurricane itself. People think right away the hurricane, yeah, the force of the hurricane, the erosion, you know, the waves coming on shore, the flooding that it causes, all that. And yes, flooding, water related, is the leading cause of concern. But it's also those isolated tornadoes that are embedded in the bands. So even in a situation like that, you have to be prepared. You don't know. You could be in one of those outer bands. Just that happens a lot in the Carolinas. So you have to pay attention. There's no other way to put it. You don't have to be in the eye of the storm where the winds are the highest by the eye wall. You don't have to. You could be all very far away, but you're in an outer band that has the potential to create and spawn an isolated tornado. So that's why you have to be on point. Even in a situation like that. It's actually flooding. Look it up. Water related. For when it comes to hurricanes, it's water related. Yes, it's always good to have numerous sources for information. We're talking about the weather right now, but yes. All right, what just happened? Is it still at 19? Yeah, we have the 1, we have 8. Okay. But there's a lot of storms out there. I'm just focusing right now on this. There's no cameras. I have no sourcing for cameras. Because there's none available to see what's going on. But I'm watching that number, 19. And I'm actually going to see the radar on my phone for here. I don't think nothing's going on, but I'm still going to check. Wow. Okay. Let me look at the weather. They're saying here, thunderstorms possible after 5 p.m. A few storms may be severe. For me, here. That's what it's saying. So even I have to watch my weather later on. That's only a couple hours away. So this line is stretching all the way to the north. All right, we got a 20 now. It was 19. What's going on? Another severe thunderstorm watch. South Carolina is now in on it. You have now some severe thunderstorm warnings. Augusta, you are in that zone now from this area here. So yes, now it's starting to stretch into the Carolinas. Right there. Winston-Salem. What am I spelling? It's nothing impending there, but we need to find a local radar to make sure. I would say nothing severe for sure. You're pretty much right on the line here of the area, but you have some storms coming your way, but nothing severe as of yet. Like I said, most of the action is down here in Georgia. Look at this. To the Panhandle. Look at this. Look at all these warning areas here. It's all to the south. Come on, radar. See, so I think you'll be fine, Chloe, in Winston-Salem. I think you're okay. But you still, you know, you have to watch. You're in that red boxed area of possibility of severe weather. But you're right on the peripheral. You're right on the edge. So you should be okay. Don't take my word for it, though. You have to monitor. Well, based on what I see, so far, so good for you. It's really people that live in the eastern portion of the state of Georgia right now, and even those in South and North Carolina as this thing is moving east, and the Panhandle, and northern Florida like Jacksonville. You need to pay attention to your weather because this is coming your way. Like Dublin, this is going right, you could see it. Okay, all tornado warnings have been canceled. So there's severe thunderstorm. It went to that color now, no red. We don't want to see red. We do not want to see red in the upper right-hand corner. If it's red, it's a tornado warning. So right now, this is good. Another thunderstorm. Another one. Look at the alerts going up. It was 19 when I started talking. It's 21 now. Severe thunderstorm warning boxes are appearing everywhere now. They're starting to increase. There are 11 of them now. Florida, Georgia, South Carolina. But the latest ones are on the bottom. This one was just issued for Florida and Georgia. Let's look at it. This one. This is the latest for that line right there. So we're at 21 right now. Again, if you live east Tallahassee, you need to pay attention. Anywhere east of this line, you're in that box that was just issued. It just dropped 20. One of them just expired. And then there's flash flooding. I don't know how many? 3? Probably, if I had to guess, it would be Louisiana, because they had a lot of rain. Oh my God, where is this? Where is this? This isn't in Nova Scotia? Where is this? Yeah, Nova Scotia. This is way up there. Nova Scotia's here. I'm like, what the heck just happened? That took us way out. Oh my God. That is crazy. Oh, considerable with this one. This is red. Considerable damage threat with that one. And the one on the bottom too. With this line. Probably strong winds with this. Where was the other one? We're considerable. This one. Same thing. It's probably overlapping. Yep. Yep, they're overlapping. So there's 2 boxes in the same general area. So this both says considerable. But look at this. It's crazy. And just because we don't see radar here doesn't mean there's nothing there, because there is. We just got to fill it in. See, there's some showers in here. Come on. All right, why isn't it filling in? There it goes. Oh, yes, Mom.
Do you think they hurt me when I was screaming like that?
Yeah, probably.
Coño, Ben, you should have told me.
Well, you should know better.
I mean, it was innocent and you put the
All right,
stuff
Mom.
there.
Well, you shouldn't have done that. You should have not
I
made
did it.
assumptions.
But I did it. Because you told me that I think it was him.
I'd never said that.
Or somebody did.
Well, it wasn't me.
So let me tell you something.
I'm live right now, Mom.
Don't ever do that again.
Okay, bye.
I hope that they didn't hear me.
Anyway, Mom was yelling and screaming outside, talking about the fence. And can't make assumptions. So look at the line. Look at this line, how it stretches. That's why if you live anywhere east of this line, you should pay attention. It pretty much goes through the entire state of Georgia right now. And it's starting to go into South Carolina. And there's some storms in North Carolina. Not as intense, but there's activity going up there too. But really, it's from northeast Georgia all the way to the Panhandle is where the more intense activity is occurring right now. and into portions of western South Carolina, like here. So it's starting to affect the Carolinas now. But really, it from South Carolina, the western point, all the way down to the panhandle. Look at this. Look at that frequent lightning. I mean, that's a big stretch of area. That's really bad. On a little sidebar, I don't know if it's still scheduled, but at 9:46 or 7 tonight, there's going to be a private civilian launch by SpaceX of 4 individuals that are going to be going around the polar caps. I believe it's an Australian, a Norwegian, Chinese, and I can't remember, German. That might be that. I don't know if it's still on schedule, but that's tonight, the launch. 4 people going up. I don't know if it's still on schedule though. If it's been delayed or not. But that's one heck of a line, huh? Look at that. Let's see what's going on in chat. North Carolina. I think I did that. Yeah, we did that. Okay. I'm just checking the chats. I should write a song about weather education. I might do that tonight. Oh my God, I was talking about, see now this is kind of scary. I was just talking about this SpaceX thing and it just popped up on my screen. That is weird. That is so freaky weird. Every time my phone goes off, it's the Ring doorbell. That's Mom. All right, we're at 17. And unfortunately, I have to get off soon because I've got a pre-record to do for a show. And I've been drinking lots of coffee. I need to actually digest some food. Not just coffee. Oh my gosh, I'm on my 3rd cup. Actually, 3rd cup is gone. I'll stay on for a little while more. I'm just checking the folks on TikTok. But another one just came up. Went to 18. But we don't, like I'm just watching that because if it goes red, then it's a tornado warning. So as long as it stays that color, all's good. Once we see that go red, that's no bueno, no good. Oh wait, there's some cameras out there. I see some cameras in the Carolinas. Possibly. Here we go. There's storms heading your way right now. In Charlotte. It's a small cell, but there's still some storms heading your way. Here's another view. I think we should, there's only one. We'll keep an eye on this cell. It's ahead of the front actually, which is here. There's no other cameras, that's the thing. But there are a couple here. Let's see which way this is moving. Yep. Oh yeah, that's definitely heading toward Charlotte. And the main front is behind. This is ahead of it. So yeah, let's take a look at Charlotte. It looks like it's windy because the camera seems to be shaking a little bit, if you notice, unless it's something else. But there seems to be a little wind going on. I flew into there a few times. It's nice. The airport's nice there. So we'll just keep an eye on this right now, see what kind of storms we see coming in. Well, it's not impending. It's still some distance away, but it's coming. But see, the main stuff is back here. And this is moving fast. It's a fast moving line. And it's going to make its way now east rapidly. So Atlanta, you're in the clear. All these places here, you're good. You're fine. Everything's moving east, including the Panhandle down here. We just don't see the radar because I have to put it on. Look at that. Panhandle. All up in here. Okay. I'm not crazy about that radar at all. We need a better one. Okay, this is more, that's okay, but not, I'm not too happy with that one either. Let's try Columbia. Oh my gosh, that one doesn't show much detail at all. See, it's funny how different radar locations have different data. Look at this one. This must be a small one. Okay. This one's a little bit more detailed. Message from operator. The data is older than 30 minutes. This is, I don't know if that's from this one. Let me check. Nah, that looks pretty much on point. It must have been the one I was hitting before that. I don't see it popping up now. Yeah, so Charlotte, you've got this cell. This is not the front though. The front is behind it. So you might have more stormy weather later on, but you have a cell headed your way. But it's not too bad. You see, it's even weakening a little bit. But it's heading right to Charlotte. And there's a camera there. That's why I honed in on that. I don't know if there's any more cameras down here. I don't see any. I don't see any ahead of it. The only cameras I see is in Charlotte. It's actually looking a little bit more nasty now. I'm checking for cameras though. I don't see any. Charlotte's like the only one I see on this one. So there's a storm moving toward this area now. What's muted, Nick? Oh, you're muted, because I'm on. I can see myself moving on the... I don't have it too loud, but I don't want to be too loud, but I'm on. I'm not muted. That camera's way up on the stadium, so wind is not unusual. I'm looking at that flag in the distance. It's a little windy, but it's up there in elevation. The camera's high. Bank of America. I have no idea who plays there. Could that be the Panthers? No. Could it be? I don't know. It's got the Panther color. Could be a college. I don't know. I'm not familiar with this area, so I wouldn't know. Somebody might help me with that. I have no clue. But there's a storm heading this way. Let's take a look and see if there's any new alerts. I may have to refresh. It's not refreshing. All right, let's close it out. And this is for the midweek, by the way. More. It's pretty much in the same locations, midweek. Like all over again. It's terrible. Yeah, now it's loading. 17, the number dropped, which is good. Let me check something. Okay, that's fine. 18. Just went up. Where's this? South Carolina. Now South Carolina's picking up. New issued from that. This is Greenville. This just got issued. This one, we're going to stay right here because I'm going to keep an eye on Charlotte as this is coming in. And it's starting to have a little bow look to it, which means strong winds ahead of it. So this could be a gusty thunderstorm for them. So I'm going to stay on that right now. But it's at 18 and no red. No red is good. Yeah, that thing is moving right toward Charlotte. That was weird. It's updating. 314, 315. As that gets closer to Charlotte, I'm gonna look at that camera. I mean, it's getting really close. It looks like some of it may go to the north of Charlotte. Okay, why are we not updating? Okay, looks like it's doing it now. You can see it on the bottom loading. Okay, there it is. 3:16 right now. I gotta be honest, that cell on the top is not looking good. There's some inflow coming in on that top cell. Right here. Gotta watch that one. Charlotte, you're about to get this little area here. More alerts have dropped. It's down to 15. So that means severe thunderstorm warnings are being dropped, which is good. Let me just check quick. Okay, so if I had to guess, this camera, because the clouds are moving this way, so we're looking probably south with this camera. It's coming from the west and it's moving east, northeast, so it could be facing more southeast, this camera, because it looks like it's coming from the right side. And look at the way the clouds are moving. This way. So the system is to the right, coming this way. So this is definitely looking generally south. Maybe a little bit to the east, southeast, if I had to guess, the camera angle. .317. All right, we're a minute behind. I'm watching this one too. And I'm going to be getting off soon because I need a little break. But again, keep an eye on your weather. Eastern portion of Georgia and the Carolinas through the evening. Northern Florida, Panhandle, eastern parts. Just keep an eye on your weather throughout the evening, afternoon, late afternoon. I'm just curious. I'm gonna stay around to see if what this one looks like on camera, because it's coming toward Charlotte. Okay, that just updated 319. Now we'll see. Yeah, it's coming in. It's about 10 minutes away. It's just a thunderstorm. It's nothing cray-cray. It's definitely coming from the right side. It's windy there, though. You can see the camera shaking. Look at that flag in the background. I'd say in about 10 minutes. I was gonna ask Alexa, but I'm not gonna do it. Okay. And this isn't like a big deal to watch right now. It's not. So I'm not gonna focus too much on it. I'm gonna take a break. For a little while. I've been streaming for a few hours now. I don't even know how long. I'm trying to figure it out now. Four hours and 18 minutes. I think I'm due for a little break. I'll be back later on this evening, but I'm gonna take a break, take care of stuff around here, chill out for a little bit, and keep an eye on this. So for those watching on TikTok or any of the other platforms, you have a wonderful day. Be safe if you're in the path of these storms. Just be aware and keep an eye on your weather. Tune in to your local news, because this is going to go throughout the night. Even here, we could have severe storms later on. And if that happens, if I'm not doing work, I will stream what's going on here live with my cameras. All right, so be well, be blessed, be safe. Till later